Good evening, everyone. Good evening. For those who are in the boardroom and those who may be watching us virtually, I want to call us back to order. The Board of Education regular board member, November 12th.
We have Spanish interpretation over Zoom, and we also have ASL interpretation over Zoom. Buenas tardes, tenemos interpretación al español por medio de Zoom y aquí en persona en la sala del consejo. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Please leave us in.
Please stand and face the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hear those student voices in the back. Thank you, students, for that Pledge of Allegiance. All right, I have a few announcements from our closed session. In closed session, this is item C1. In closed session, the board took action to approve the October 28th, 2024 final settlement agreement and general release between parents and district and student, Santa Barbara Unified School District, case number 2024080817. It was at 5-0. Also in closed session, the board took action to deny a claim for Jane Doe number 1, John Doe number 1, Jane Doe number 2, John Doe number 2, Jane Doe number 3, and Jane Doe number 4. All in favor. That concludes announcements from closed session. And now we will move to our student member report. Welcome, Eric, and thank you.
Hi, everyone. As we move through the month of November, there's been a lot happening in our community. I want to start off by saying at the start of this month, we celebrated Dia de los Muertos across all of our high schools. Each school embraced this cultural tradition through face painting, loteria, music, food, and coming together to celebrate the lives of our loved ones who have passed away and honoring our collective heritage. At Santa Barbara High, we took the opportunity to reflect and honor Ryan, who we tragically lost over the summer. It was a great way to hold all memories close, keeping the spirit alive within our school community. Tomorrow will be our Superintendent Student Advisory Council meeting. I'm excited to work on our filming project that will aim to help normalize students asking and seeking for help and engaging by opening conversations about mental health. Another exciting event this month was the College Fair Night hosted at Santa Barbara High. This event provided another opportunity for students to interact with representatives from colleges. It was a chance for us to learn more about the admissions process, scholarship opportunities, and college readiness, while also asking questions. A great way to help students with their future and feel better prepared for college applications. We had a wonderful opportunity for families at the Santa Barbara High School Avid Family Night. Families gathered to meet the Avid team, learn more about the Avid program, and better understand the resources and strategies that are available to students with their academic journey and as they prepare to apply to four-year universities. I got to meet and plan with other ASB leaders about our upcoming Tri-School ASB Day, which will be on November 18th at San Marcos High School. This will be a great way for students in ASB from all three high schools to come together, collaborate, build on each other's initiatives by sharing ideas and strengthen the connections between our schools. We will work together to create more exciting events and activities for all students, giving us a chance to learn more from each other and improve our leadership across our entire district. An update on my Santa Barbara senior survey that will allow seniors to personalize and express themselves through their graduation caps. The survey has been sent out to our senior class. We are collecting the data, which will then be presented to our administration team at Santa Barbara High. The high school showcase program introduced to our 8th graders. It gave them a chance to learn about the academic programs, extracurricular activities, and the resources available at our local high schools. Representatives from Santa Barbara High, Dos Pueblos High, San Marcos High School, and Alta Vista Alternative High School were present to talk with our 8th graders with our 8th grade students and their families, it was a valuable way to help our future high school students prepare for the transition, get a feel for the school culture, and make informed decisions about their educational path. Veterans Day. It's important to recognize the sacrifices made by our veterans. All high schools posted on their pages to show their appreciation for their service and sacrifices of our veterans. At Santa Barbara High, we recognize the names of students who have served in the military and lost their lives in service. This courage and dedication are an inspiration to all of us. So please join me in a moment of silence. And that concludes my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. We will now move to the superintendent's report.
Good evening, board members and members of the public who are here with us tonight. First of all, can we give a nice round of applause to Eric? That was an excellent report. And I am so proud of you, Eric, our fourth student board member, and I just feel that you are doing such an incredible job of really giving us a feel for what's happening in the high schools, and it's so important for us to have student voice, and I'm very proud of you for that. So thank you so much. It's always really comprehensive.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a really exciting month. There was a lot going on, and I'm glad that everyone's getting involved.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone. So first I want to I see some parents here that are, I'm sure, proud to be here to support their students. We want to start the board meeting, and we used to do this a while back. We sort of stopped doing it and we're back to doing it. We know that the arts are so important. And so we have today a treat from Washington Elementary's 3rd grade class with teacher Sarah Gatehouse, principal Ariel Curry, live here in the boardroom. I want to thank the parents again for being here. And please join me in welcoming Washington's 3rd grade class. Come on up. And we need to let the teacher in. I think she might be trying to come in from the back. Is the teacher leading them, Ed? We'll just give it a few moments for the teacher to get here. Oh, there she is. Okay. Sorry, Miss Gatehouse. We already announced you, and I didn't realize you were still trying to get through. One more. Yay. Okay.
But as performers, you might know that Christmas sometimes starts in October. So we can be ready for our Christmas performances. But, you know, spreading a little Christmas cheer is never bad. And so we're going to be singing a Christmas song entitled Esta es la Navidad. You will be hearing texts in English and in Spanish. And it's going to feature some of our wonderful 3rd grade students from Washington.
We can all do a,
Thank you so much for having us.
thank you so much, Ms. Gatehouse and the third grade class of Washington Elementary. And kudos to you on the bilingual singing. That is how I learned to speak English, by singing. So that is a great technique. Great. So the other thing that I like to report to the board for today's meeting, as Eric mentioned, November is Native American Month, and at Santa Barbara Unified, we recognize the importance of diversity and education and the role it plays in shaping our community. That is why we invite you to join us in honoring the rich cultures, traditions, and contributions of Native Americans during this month-long celebration. It is an important opportunity to learn, appreciate, and raise awareness about the diverse histories and vibrant heritage of Indigenous people. We also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the Chumash people who are the traditional custodians of this land. Join us in acknowledging the Chumash elders, as well as past, present, and future generations who call this place the land that Santa Barbara Unified sits upon, their home. We are honored to be guests upon this land and are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. The photo in our graphic is a Chumash medicine bundle and was provided by Sunan the Space, an organization dedicated to preserving, promoting, and celebrating the rich indigenous culture of the Chumash people through education and art. Next, I'm going to also say a little bit more about what Eric reported on, which was the high school showcase. As you know, this is an event that we've been holding in Santa Barbara Unified for several years now, which is an event to prepare our students for the future of what we do in SB Unified, and that is really promoting all the different pathways and academies that we offer in all the different high schools. I did get a chance to go in the morning when students were arriving from the junior high schools, and I also went in the evening when families were filling the halls at Earl Warren Showgrounds Auditorium. And I had a chance to learn about the various articulated academies, career technical pathways, visual and performing arts classes offered at all of our high schools. We even had a chance to taste the great treats prepared by our culinary arts classes from the different high schools. Attendees were also greeted by student ambassadors. I had a chance to walk with 2 student ambassadors, ask them questions. They had a chance to see each other's high schools and view the program exhibits. And then we had some live demonstrations. And I just want to thank all the partners, all the organizers, the teachers, the leaders of the schools who really made this event possible and really prepared students to tell us all about what the future in the high schools looks like. So thank you to everyone that had a part in organizing, and Julissa, and even our purchasing department got a shout out because, as you know, for all these academies and pathways, there's a lot of things that need to be purchased. And so we want to shout out to our business department as well. I'm going to move over to, great. We have 2 other students presenting today. Go ahead and come up to the podium, ladies. I had the opportunity to also attend the Dos Pueblos TEDx talk a few weeks ago. The event focused on mental wellness. I was very moved by the event and invited both organizers, Amelia Vandermeer and Sienna Valentine, who put on this incredible presentation and they were so organized. They had backup batteries ready, which just shows us what great leaders do, right? When they planned this event, they thought about everything that could go wrong. And I'm so impressed by your leadership. And I wanted to ask them to please join us in telling us about their experience. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having us. Yeah, so my name is Sienna Valentine.
I'm Amelia Vandermeer.
And we were the co-organizers of Dos Pueblos' first TEDx youth event. So our event, we started off, well, first, I guess a little bit about us. So my name is Sienna. I'm the co-editor-in-chief of our yearbook team. I'm also the copy editor of the Charger account, and I'm also a captain on our varsity mock trial team.
Again, I'm Amelia. I'm also co-editor-in-chief of the yearbook with Sienna, and I love doing community involvement stuff and working with organizations like the Santa Barbara Youth Council. So we both are kind of into activism, and we wanted to create this event as a way to uplift youth voices and youth issues in our community.
So our first step with this event was to create a theme, which was the youth impact. And our goal was really just to inspire youth in our community to make changes, whether that be on a widespread level in their community or just in their own lives through small actions, innovative ideas, and peer-on-peer collaboration.
Once we had our theme developed, we used the TEDx has a lot of resources on how you can host your own event. So we applied for a license through the TED organization and received, that was about February, and then we received the license in August. And after that, we started planning with Mr. Woodard at DP about what the event would look like at school and what resources we would need. And we also worked with him to send out applications for speakers to both students at our school as well as local youth organizations and other high schools. And we asked for speakers to speak on unique topics that they were passionate about as teens.
So kind of the execution of the actual event, we had 8 speakers come and present. We had a variety of topics. So mental wellness was one of the topics that was discussed by about 4 of our speakers. We also had topics such as eating disorders, herd mentality, time travel, and so a big variety of topics. We had our TEDx event during seminar and second period, so it was a couple hours long. And in the future, we're looking to actually switch the bell schedule, and this was Mr. Woodard's idea, and extend second period for the day. We also had a live stream available, so parents and families and friends who couldn't attend in person could watch it online. Yes, so that's kind of what the actual event looked like, and we split it up with a song from choir who slides. All right, so yeah, we split it up with a presentation or with a performance from our choir program who did fantastic.
So yeah, like Sienna said, we had topics on a variety of different things, but one of the central strands in all of these topics that actually the speakers came up with and not us was the mental health topic, because that's something that's really important to youth in our time right now. And so we heard from a lot of students and teachers after the event that it was really impactful for them to be able to hear from their peers on these kind of topics and not just be talked at by adults in their lives. And then we also heard after the event that a lot of students were really thoughtfully reflecting on the things that they had heard, sharing their opinions with other students. And so we thought that was a really positive impact that it had on our school. And we're hoping to make this an annual thing that can be done every year at DP or maybe even at other high schools as well. So currently we're working on finding organizers from the underclass that could work on this next year. And we will be working with them to apply for a new license and supporting them in creating an event next year.
So one of the main things that we want to do is just to thank the people who really made this event possible. So a huge thank you to Mr. Woodard, who was so supportive and helpful and really helped us with anything that we needed. Also to DP News and Tech Crew for helping us with the logistical side of things of a live stream and everything like that, as well as choir for their beautiful performance. And most importantly, to the 8 speakers who really brought our event to life. Without them, we really couldn't have shown the message that we were able to. And so we are really appreciative of them and their bravery to share their stories and hopefully inspire youth to create changes in their lives. So thank you.
Yeah, we're happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Please join me in also thanking them. Good job. So we don't have question and answer for this part because it's a superintendent report. I do want to thank both of you for being already amazing leaders and mostly appreciating that you're going to leave a framework for others to pick up, whether it's the underclassmen at DP or other high schools. Just for the board, I also would acknowledge the presenters were Andy Brennan, grade 12, Amelia Kelly, grade 12, Tyler McCutcheon, grade 10, Sabrina Avolio, grade 9, Joy Shea, grade 12, Elaine, grade 10, Caitlin Martin, grade 11, Gabrielle Terzian, grade 11, and you can find the live stream of this event on the DP Media YouTube channel. So we will send that out as well. And ladies, thank you for being great leaders already.
Thank you.
You've already made a great impact. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
A couple more things, board members. Last week, I had a chance to visit the DPEA Elementary STEAM Consortium Professional Learning Council or Committee. Each Thursday, STEAM teachers from Santa Barbara Unified, Goleta Union, Hope School Districts meet with DPEA for both professional development and the creation of a curriculum used in classrooms. It is really unique to see 3 school districts come together and work on curriculum together. It is also great to work with 2 of our other feeder districts. And you've asked me many times about things we're working on. This is one area that we're definitely aligning all our efforts. I do want to thank Amir and Emily at Dos Pueblos Engineering Academy, along with our STEAM Consortium members at Goleta and Hope, for this great work and getting this project off the ground. We will share more as they're developing all the curriculum, all the projects. We did get a chance to see some of the projects that we have shared here through more of an arts presentation, but we really have talked about the integration of both STEAM and art. So we had a chance to see teachers preparing the materials, learning some of the scientific concepts as part of what I will call experiential professional learning. And so I'm really pleased to see that work. And if we can, we might also have you come to one of those meetings if you have time to visit with me. I'd be happy to take the board members around to see that. And last, I want to just recognize from our facilities crew, we are making efforts in making the school safer thanks to this team. I want to recognize the group that has been going around checking on the windows. They've covered a lot of ground identifying the opportunities for window coverings and are now on our way to creating a more secure learning environment. Enrique Perez, Jose Jimenez, Adam Barrios, Mikel Beltran, Zach Gertz, and Hermes Garcia. Please join me in thanking them. And that concludes my superintendent report.
Thank you. And thank you. I think the young ladies have already left, so I just want to appreciate their report and what they're doing. So looking forward to seeing that on the DP channel. And thanking certainly our Washington Elementary students. They were here to let us know that the holidays are upon us and just seeing them be so delightful and so joyous. So I'm stalling in about 60 seconds because I have a time certain at 6 o'clock, of which we are there now. So I'm going to close this hearing and open up the public hearing. The notice of public hearing regarding the sufficiency of instructional materials of elementary and secondary schools. Dr. Sheffield is on her way.
Good evening, Board President Sims Moulton, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Maldonado. I'd like to ask for the public hearing to provide input for the Santa Barbara Unified School District sufficiency of instructional materials and textbooks. California Education Code Section 60119 requires that local government boards hold an annual public hearing and adopt a resolution stating whether each pupil in the local education agency has sufficient textbooks and or instructional materials in reading, language arts, mathematics, science, and history and social science aligned to the content standards.
Do we have any requests to speak on this item? No questions or anything with regards to board members of this presentation? I hear no questions. I think that closes our meeting. Thank you, Dr. Shep. Closes the hearing. That closes the hearing. And now I'll reopen regular session. Thank you. And so now I just want to manage our agenda, making sure that our items are connected. And so there's an action item that we're at, which relates to this item as well. So I want to move us to H2 actually. The adoption of Resolution 2024-2025-19 regarding sufficiency of instructional materials for K-12.
Thank you. So in addition to holding a public hearing, we ask that the school board adopts a resolution stating whether each pupil in the local education agency has sufficient textbooks or instructional materials in reading, language arts, mathematics, science, history, social science aligned to the content and consistent with the content and cycles of curriculum framework as adopted by the SBE. The governing board must also make a written determination as to whether each pupil enrolled in health and world languages class has sufficient textbooks or instructional materials. And the governing board must also determine the availability of science laboratory equipment for high school science laboratory classes. There must be at least a 10-day notice of the public hearing posted in at least 3 public places within the LEA. The notice must state the time, place, and purpose of the hearing. The hearing must not be held during or immediately after school hours. And so you will find the attached resolution that I would like to ask for the governing board to adopt.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sheffield. Any request to speak on this item, board members? May I have a motion for approval or adoption?
I will move to adopt resolutions 2023/2024-19 regarding sufficiency of instructional materials for K through 12.
Do I hear a second? Okay, been motion second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Dr. Sheffield. That passes. And now move to H4, acceptance of October quarterly Williams Uniform Complaints Report for the Santa Barbara Unified School District for the period of July 2024 to September 2024.
And so every year, the school district will put forth several reports, and this is our quarterly report for our Williams report. California Education Code 35186A states that a school district shall use the uniform complaint process it has adopted to as required by Chapter 5.1 of Division 1 of Title 5 of California Code of Regulations with modifications as necessary to identify and resolve any deficiencies related to instructional materials, emergency or urgent facilities conditions that pose a threat to the health and safety of pupils or staff, teacher vacancies, or misassignments. Within our report, we did have 1 complaint for textbook and instructional materials, and that 1 complaint was resolved. There are 0 misassignments and 0 facilities conditions. And I would ask the board to accept this report as presented.
Thank you for that. Any requests to speak on this item from the public? Board members, any comments or questions? Not hearing none, may I have a motion?
I move to accept the quarterly Williams Uniform Complaints Report for the Santa Barbara Unified School District for the period ending September 30th, 2024.
I second.
Okay, motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I was getting instructions in the earphone. So thank you, Dr. Sheffield.
Thank you very much.
I just want to make sure that we're moving away from the exits, and we have room, I believe, in the back room there for, make sure that you're sitting, and we can, if there's any emergency should happen, we can clear out of here. So if you could please move from the exits and allow that to be free and clear. In the back, yeah. So Dr. Sheffield, yeah, okay. It's there. So this is also, there's a screen in the next room as well. It's on. Okay. Give them time to move. John, there's additional chairs back there? If you would, please. So folks that's over here by this exit, there's extra chairs is going to be, there's just going to be putting out extra chairs. Thank you. Thank you. We just want to make sure everyone's safe. There's extra chairs. The staff is going now to do that. So those are standing by the exit to my left here. If you could move close safely to the back of the room there. Yeah.
Sorry, I just need to.
That's okay. Board members, as we're getting situated here to make sure that we're all safe, we'll now be moving to H1, the adoption resolution of 2024-25-16. Yes.
We're gonna close public comment in 5 minutes. So at 6:12, we will no longer accept any other general public comments for items not on today's agenda.
Thank you. So again, we're gonna, for agenda management and those who are here to hear this adoption of resolution 2024-25-16 in recognition of the committee advancing Black achievement, wellness, and excellence. So we will now hear that. Who's presenting on that? Okay, Steve.
Mr.
Double duty.
Vance, can you make your way up here?
Others,
There he
yes,
is.
other duties as assigned. Thank you,
And
Steve.
Sandra, will you
And-
show it on the screen once the board's gonna read that one once Steve introduces it.
And board members, you have the resolution in front of you and they have, thank you so much, put our names where we're supposed to read. So it should make it fairly easy to do so.
Good evening, President Sims Moten, board members and superintendent. It is my pleasure to bring to you this evening this resolution that has been co-developed with the district leadership and the committee, and specifically the renamed committee, which is Committee Advancing Black Achievement, Wellness, and Excellence. The acronym that we have is CABAWay, or also known as the committee. So the resolution, I actually mentioned, sorry, I'm hearing myself back there.
You're looking at it right now.
So last October 8th board meeting, I gave a presentation about the work that we are doing in this space, addressing the anti-Black actions that are occurring within the school district. And at the end of that presentation, I said that we have been working with the committee on developing specifically a resolution. That specific idea came from actually, we were meeting last spring and Kenya brought it up in particular in terms of making sure that whatever is created within the community, or sorry, not community, but with the committee, it continues to live beyond the current board, the next board, and so forth, so that we could continue to do this work. These are some of the specific key points in terms of the importance of the resolution. I would say two particular things here, which is number one is making sure that we continue to have transparency with the work that we are doing. And that means regularly providing you and the public reports about specifically what we're doing, the data and so forth. The other part is, I think, the essence, which I mentioned, which is the lasting impact. This resolution is for 10 years. So that way it is able to sustain itself, like I said, among that time, as well as demonstrating our stance and commitment to doing this work as the district. The committee itself and the resolution was designed by taking the board policies, both of these policies, which is the Citizens Advisory Committee board policy, which guides the development of any citizen advisory group, which this is. So this group is not guided upon laws or specifically ed code, so which would be different than the school board. The other part is the equity board policy, which ties specifically to the work that we're doing, addressing the anti-Black actions. The next thing I would like to do is introduce our members of the committee and invite them to come up and say something before the resolution. So.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Serrato. I am one of the two elementary school parent representatives. Unfortunately, our committee chair, Dr. Michelle Pettigrew, who is also an elementary school parent representative, was unable to attend tonight. I will be reading the following statement on her behalf. The resolution we're presenting tonight comes out of the listening and learning we've been doing for the past year. We've been listening to the community, which is what's led to the name change of Committee Advancing Black Achievement, Wellness, and Excellence, and the new ideal makeup of the committee, adding Black student representation, classified staff representation, including a middle school parent, and more intentionality around recruiting Black membership. This is not to say that we don't appreciate our allies from other communities. Our non-Black members have been invaluable, but representation does matter, especially given the history that led to this committee's formation. We've also been listening to and learning from teachers and district staff across the school sites. It's clear that this work will require a long-term investment of time and resources, even as we work towards short-term changes to benefit the safety, wellness, and excellence of our students and staff. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kimber Lawrence, and I am one of the committee members. I just wanted to briefly say, it's been over 2 years since you guys opened the doors to have the conversation about some of the violence that was happening to our youth. And out of that, we're standing here now. And as you can tell, it's a long process. It's not easy work. It's emotional work. It's very tiresome. And so the formation of this committee will make sure that our children, our Black children, are protected beyond today, no matter what happens to the committee, no matter what happens to the board. This work needs to continue. Our children need to feel safe. Our parents need to be heard. Our staff also needs to feel protected. So I just wanted to say that this work needs to continue, and we need to understand that it cannot be done only on the shoulders of the district or only on the shoulders of the committee. It is the work of the community, and it is important that all voices are heard and that this keeps moving forward. We heard a lot of trauma, a lot of pain that had been going over for multiple years. And so this is one step towards making a difference and creating a better future and to heal the community, which is much needed. So thank you.
And at this time, I invite the board to read the resolution.
Before we go to the resolution, public comment for items not on today's agenda is officially closed.
Board members, you have the resolution before you. I will begin this. Whereas in June 2020, the board passed resolution 2019-20-27 in recognition of the current and historical disparate treatment of Black African Americans, and continues to assert unequivocally that Black Lives Matter. And
whereas the Black Lives Matter movement, like the civil rights and Black Power movement before it, has effectively articulated the injustices that exist at the intersections of race, class, and gender. This includes mass incarceration, police brutality, poverty, unaffordable housing, income disparity, homophobia, gender inequality, lack of access to healthcare, and poor educational outcomes. And
whereas we declare that racism is a public health emergency and acknowledge that Santa Barbara City and County are not immune to incidents of racial injustice. And
whereas the Santa Barbara U.S. Unified School Board of Trustees affirms that we stand with Black African American communities everywhere in the fight for racial equality and justice. And we support all targeted efforts and initiatives to eliminate structural racism in the district and the negative impact that creates economic, educational, and social disparities. And
whereas Santa Barbara Unified is committed to conducting targeted efforts combating anti-Blackness, African American speech and actions, as well as intentional, ongoing critical reflection and honest conversations across our schools and departments working to eradicate racial injustice.
Therefore, be it resolved that the SB Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees acknowledges and endorses the Committee Advancing Black Achievement, Wellness, and Excellence, CABAWI, or committee as an advisory committee aligned with the board policies, 1220 Citizen Advisory Committees, and 0415 Equity. This committee is entrusted with monitoring, evaluating, and providing feedback and recommendations on targeted resources, curriculum at all grade levels, staff training, and school programs that aim to advance the achievement, wellness, and excellence of Black and African American students, families, and staff. And
That the Committee Advancing Black Achievement, Wellness, and Excellence will be a 15-member committee composed of a diverse group, including 5 parents, 3 teachers, 2 classified staff members, 3 Black Student Union representatives from each high school, 1 representative from a community organization, and 1 board member representative, to focus on combating anti-Blackness. To address potential vacancies, the committee will still be able to conduct its business in the absence of a full committee. This measure ensures that the committee's operations continue seamlessly even when all members' positions are not filled. All committee members, other than board member representative, will serve a 2-year term beginning in 2025-26 school year, with an option for renewal, ensuring both continuity and the introduction of fresh perspectives. To avoid all members' terms expiring simultaneously, initial terms will stagger to create overlap and ensure continuity, ensuring that the experienced members remain on the committee as new members are brought in, preserving institutional knowledge and fostering sustained progress. A board member represented to, let me just make sure, is it Cobway? Is that, or we just want to say the initials? I want to give it its proper due. Is it CA, just say CABAW? Okay, I want to make sure. Will appoint pursuant to the board's governing procedures at the board's December organizational meetings. Board member representatives to the committee are not required to serve any maximum or minimum term on the committee. And
be it further resolved that the committee will supplement and guide a multi-year action plan to foster and sustain anti-bias and anti-racist initiatives. Okay. Let me see. Ensuring a more inclusive educational experience across the district by using relevant student, staff, and family data. CABAWE will review current and proposed policies and protocols, advising on necessary revisions. In addition, the committee will review district resources, curriculum, and training, ensuring they address anti-Blackness and promote inclusivity. The committee may form subcommittees to address specific areas such as curriculum review, enabling more focused work to achieve the district's broader goals. And
be it further resolved, the committee will communicate regularly with the district trustees at board meetings to ensure transparency and build community trust. CABAWE will also serve as a bridge between the district and the community, enhancing transparency and fostering inclusive practices. And
be it further resolved that the SBUSD Board of Trustees values the work of the CABAWE and recognizes the need to authorize and support CABAWE through June 30th, 2035 to ensure that its efforts continued beyond this board, district, and school administration. At that time, the board and administration will review and reauthorize CABAWE. And
be it further resolved that the SBUSD Board of Trustees vows to work proactively to identify class and cultural biases, as well as practices, policies, and institutional barriers that negatively influence student learning, perpetuate opportunity gaps, and impede equal access to opportunities for all students in order to eradicate institutional bias of any kind, including implicit or unintentional biases and prejudices that affect student achievement, and to eliminate disparities in educational outcomes for students from historically underserved and underrepresented populations. And
be it further resolved that the SBUSD superintendent and or designee will work with parents, educators, and community groups to develop and deliver additional resources that focus on the well-being of Black families and caregivers, contributing to ongoing need for healing. And
be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees encourages district-wide participation in discussions and activities in classrooms at home that highlight, uplift, and affirm the rich history and contributions of the Black community, to cultivate in Black students a sense of pride, self-worth, self-love, and to develop a widespread acknowledgement and appreciation for the contributions of Black people to our community. And
be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified.
Is it on?
Yeah. Is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's on.
All right. Be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees recognizes the importance in disrupting a business as usual approach for Black students and their families, and using this opportunity to ensure the district is committed to fund anti-bias programming annually and mandates including but not limited to annual anti-bias training across the district, including board members, administrators, teachers, schools, resource officers, and staff. And
be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees calls for meaningful discussions and actions on our campuses about issues of social justice and the root causes of institutional racism and racial strife. And
be it further resolved that Santa Barbara Unified School District allocates additional resources to ensure that mental health services are readily available to all students experiencing anti-Black or anti-African American racism. The district will, number one, will provide comprehensive mental health resources that support students impacted by anti-Black and bias incidents. And two, restorative practices that address and mitigate anti-Black incidents and all forms of hate-based behavior. Additionally, the district will commit to discipline policies and rehabilitative and mental health services aimed at reducing out-of-school suspensions, thereby actively promoting a supportive, inclusive school environment. And
be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District Educational Services Department and the Student and Family Services Department will consult with students, parents, educators, and community groups to identify additional measures of racial inequality in the district and propose a method for the collection of this data, and that the district commits to the collection of this data for the purpose of illuminating and resolving areas of the district's programs that are still marked by racial disparities. And
be it further resolved that the SBUSD Board of Trustees commits itself to address the symbols of institutional racism and white supremacy and to proactively identify and address biases, practices, policies, and institutional barriers that perpetuate injustice and inequality in our schools and or our community. And
be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District implements equitable hiring practices across the district in order to recruit and retain certificated district staff that is reflective of the racial diversity of our students. And
be it further resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees will revisit the aforementioned action items through quarterly board reports by district staff that will be made accessible to the public.
Adopted.
Approved and adopted by the Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees on the 12th day of November in the year 2024 by the future vote.
Yes, I will call for that. So thank you for that. Thank you, board members, for reading that. I know we do have some requests to speak, and now we'll do that at the public right now.
Yeah. So as a reminder for all of our public commenters, there is a clock to the right there with the timer. There's also a light system on the podium. Make sure that the mic is on before you start speaking. There will be 3 minutes for these public commenters. The light will change to yellow when there are 30 seconds left. We have one virtual public commenter, Carrie Hutchinson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, board members and Santa Barbara community. My name is Carrie Hutchinson, and I'm here tonight to speak in support of your adoption of resolution number 2024-25-16 in recognition of the Committee Advancing Black Achievement, Wellness, and Excellence. As a parent of Black children in Santa Barbara, I can attest to the importance of doing better to address the safety, protection, and inclusion of Black students in our schools. I want to thank the committee for the work that has already been done to try and create more inclusive schools that are safe and affirming for our Black students. And I encourage the board to adopt this resolution, as you just did. Thank you. And to continue advancing these efforts. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next public commenters are in person, and I will queue up the first three. Sarah Bazan, followed by Connie Alexander, followed by, and I'm sorry, I can't quite read this, but Bellick Wilbert. If I get that wrong, I apologize. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for your service. I strongly support the adoption of resolution number 2024-25-16. The challenges we face as a community to address the racism and anti-Blackness in our schools is evident and ongoing. And let us continue this important work to move towards creating a safe space for all children all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Alexander. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Board, Superintendent Maldonado, Cabinet. You know that this has been a long journey. So I'm Connie Alexander, President of the Santa Barbara NAACP. And I want to just reflect for a moment to thank the committee for all of their work. Thank the administration and staff for all of their work. You know, this standing committee is really a first step, but not a last one. In 1951, the NAACP came before you and asked you for this very thing. So I want you to feel how historic this feels as a Black community member, as president of this association, of this branch. It feels just that way. And so today we want to ask you that this step be a place that there is dialogue, the repairing of relationships, the building of community, and the addressing of anti-Blackness. Black students need and deserve a place to thrive academically. They need direct services. They are, unfortunately, right now still part of the groups that are the lowest performing, and you know that, and we all know that. But I think we're making some strides, and I hope with this, it's a regular place for parents and students. And I'm so excited to see that students have been added, because without their component, I don't know where we would be. It's essential that students be a part of this. So everything for me and for us as the NAACP starts and ends with classroom experiences. So we call on teachers to help our students thrive, to care about what they need to see and to have a sense of belonging and to succeed academically. We also want you to really be focused on what curriculum that addresses anti-Blackness really looks like on a deeper level. And so we are looking forward to those classes being extended through ethnic studies that will help all of our students understand the value of our communities, of all of our communities. So thank you again to the committee for just hanging in there. So thank you. Thank you, Board, for taking this step, this very historic step. And we look forward to working with you and working together to make this better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up. So sorry. I know I must have gotten your name.
Okay. My name is Balat Awubat.
Thank you.
I'm a parent. I have 2 high school students and elementary student at El Camino. I'm here to support this resolution. And I'm here also to say that it's a long journey to get here. And we appreciate that. It took a long time, yet hard work. And now where we go from here is should be looked at from the historical point to bring positive change that will benefit everyone. As your mission statement says, we prepare students for a world that's yet to be created. In order to make that, we have to create a level field, a fair field for everyone to success. And this is the first step. And we look and we count and we have faith in you and in our community and everyone to make things work for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me queue up the next few. Belma Michael Johnson, followed by Cressida Silvers, followed by Crystal Lee. Welcome. I don't think so. Is the green light on? There should be a button at the base.
Now is it on?
Yes.
So I sat there listening as a parent. Like all parents here, we know, nothing happens when we're raising our kids, when we're trying to do anything without consequences. And I listened to that whole resolution, first time I've seen it, so I'll study it later. But I didn't hear any consequences. When there are no consequences, nothing changes. It's been 50 years. They've been asking, or 70, however many years, they've been asking for this, and that's what we have. There are no consequences for the kids who are taking these actions. There's no kid who's going to stop without consequences. There's not a parent here. That's why we take the phones. Because without consequences, nothing changes. This sounds like nothing is going to change. We've lived here 2 years. And there's been this committee and that committee and this meeting and that report, and nothing has changed for my sons who were called the N-word this week. There are no consequences for that kid. There are no consequences for the teachers. There are no consequences for the principal who all avow, disavow knowledge. I didn't hear it. There are no consequences for the administrators in this district. There are no consequences from this board. You know who has consequences? The children, the Black children, and the Black parents every week. I would love to just call you a racial slur 3 times a day so you can feel this. I'll call you each a racial slur every day. And my sons are not struggling in school. They're honor students. Why do they dread school? Why do we have to just sometimes not send them to school? It's because of these kids. And no one wants to confront that. It wasn't always this way in this community. I have friends who are from here. I have Latino friends who are here. And they said, Black kids and Latino kids got along. We were buddies. What's going on? What is going on is there is anti-Blackness in the Latino community that is a rage and a scourge on this community. My sons have not had one incident with a white child at Santa Barbara High School. It's every week with Latino kids. What are the consequences for those kids, for their parents? Who are these parents? Let my sons do that and see what would happen. All hell would break loose in our house. You might not even see them. They might get homeschooled. I don't tolerate it. Where are the parents? The Latino parents in this community? Is this?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to stop till I finish. Where are the consequences in any of this? That's my question to all of you and to the parents who are here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Cressida Silvers, followed by Crystal Lee, followed by Fred Brown.
I just want to give an extra moment to let that all sink in. I feel like maybe just replaying his comment. That says it all. I'm Cressida Silvers, and I'm a parent in the district. And I ask you to approve the resolution in recognition of the committee advancing Black achievement, wellness, and excellence. This committee is a foundational step, a first step to fight the incessant anti-Blackness students and families face, to make room for the positive recognition and celebration of Blackness, and to improve the climate in our schools to the benefit of all students. Much appreciation to the committee to combat anti-Blackness and the working group for that, for all their difficult work over the last several years. And to the families who continue to speak out for something better for generations, despite being continually disappointed. There are many elements of this committee that could give it a real chance to be effective, including that's a standing committee, not dependent on renewal year after year by changing boards. It's an advisory committee with a board member attached to it. It includes parents, students, and community members. It has authority to review and make recommendations on district resources, curriculum, and training. Please approve the resolution tonight and be vigilant in supporting its work, its authority, and its recommendations so that there may finally be change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Crystal Lee, followed by Fred Brown, followed by Leela Richardson. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate first steps in approving the resolution. I am prayerfully requesting that and hoping that it doesn't take 10 years before we do get to the part where we're answering consequences. As a mother, I have elementary and I have middle school children. I've chosen to homeschool for this very reason of lack of consequences. I've stood on the sidelines and I'm new to the area, but I've watched a 14-year-old child getting beat down by Latino children in middle school because of his color. Okay. I've seen or I'm hearing stories from other sisters, mothers who have children in middle school. And because there's a disconnect or ignorance of how Black children can be different, our learning styles are different. We are challenging, her daughter's challenging the system. Where are you getting this information? What makes this correct? And because she's standing up, she has a voice. She has a sense of who she is, of her history, and challenging it against what's being taught in the school. She's being suspended. She's having a problem. She's being disciplined, or disciplinary actions being taken against her. And what do? Moms, Black mamas have to support our children because we're not really getting it in the school. What are the consequences? What are the consequences for these kids who are beating up our kids, the Latinos who are beating up our children? Mama was afraid to call the police because of retaliation. So yeah, you get suspended. That's cute. But what next? What happened? I didn't see it. He wasn't the only one that was wondering, okay, well, okay, but what about the consequences? I saw that we were going to do some training for the staff. I saw that. There needs to be some consequences, and I hope it doesn't take 10 years for y'all to get around to do it, to adapt in that, or to creating some kind of addendum to address consequences. What are the consequences? We need to have some consequences, natural, logical consequences. We have it when we do some kind of traffic infraction. We get tickets, right? We don't just get to run a red light and it just be all fine and dandy. There needs to be consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Fred Brown, followed by Leela Richardson, followed by Leandra Shalhoub.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My first time speaking this year. Council, superintendent, committees, leaders in the community. If my math is right, it's been a while since I've been in math class. That's almost 74 years since 1951. About to be another year in 25. That parents, people in the community are still asking for fairness to Black kids, to be treated the same. It's sad, but yet it's a testament to the fight that goes on. It's a testament to the spirit of parents that will not allow our children to feel less than or need this or need that. I know a few of you on the board there, and I want to say that I think y'all have good hearts. And I think you're going to make the right decision. And I thank you for adopting this. It's the right thing to do. It's 74 years overdue. My child is Nona Gabriella Brown. She's a freshman at Santa Barbara High. So I'll be able to work from the inside and maybe help with things that I see that maybe our other parents can be specific and do call the police and do speak out and do stand up and do go and do walk, drop your kids off, pick your kids up, do all the things that were done to us, how we were raised. You respect each other. You say hello, you say goodbye, you open the door up, you allow people to pass, you give your chair for an elder. So I think as parents, we'll be more, if we do more as parents and show them the right way, when no matter what politics you believe, I think the next 4 years, I think we're got a tough road to toe. I know I heard an alert that there's multiple states, multiple classes that ethnic or racist texts are abound in the national. So us as Santa Barbara, I've been in many cities in the world. In my opinion, it's the greatest city in the world. I believe it's a bubble that you can't find anywhere. It's a bubble that if you can afford to stay, stay. But that's another venue to talk about. But right here, right now, thank you, Ms. Superintendent. Thank you for listening and allowing board. I want to make a comment to the people that are at the forefront of this 2 years later.
Mr. Brown, you could
Wrap it up?
Yeah.
Can you give me 1 minute or 30 seconds?
Few seconds.
I want to say thank you to the Gateway. I want to say thank you to the NAACP. I want to say thank you to Behind the Wheels of everything the community needs with Communify, through the doctors that have been here, through the parents who's in the fight and the struggle that ain't going to give up. All right. We can do this all together. And we thank you for passing this tonight.
Thank you.
Apologize for running long.
Thank you. Next, we have Leela Richardson, followed by Leandra Shalhoub, followed by Michelle Westlander Quaid. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, board. Thank you, superintendent and president. My name is Leela Richardson, and I am the Umoja program coordinator at Santa Barbara City College. But most importantly, I am a product of this district. I was born and raised here, went to elementary, went to high school, went to junior high, and went to Santa Barbara City College, and moved away and came back. And I'm really proud to run a program that is centered on Black joy, on Black excellence, on Black survival, on Black thriving, to be a representative of that. And I know the importance of having representatives who support Black belonging, to combat anti-Blackness, to support the joy, to support transition and education. I'm proud to be in that position. I'm proud to be from here and to be in that position and to work with districts and committees and community, because that's what I had. I had the NAACP, I had the MLK, I had EYC, I had the Mega Boys and Girls Club. I had Black institutions that were here to support my wellness. But I had a school district that also supported that wellness, that supported ethnic studies in our school district. And yes, I was part of the students who walked out and to protested and to make sure that Black studies happened at my high school, at Santa Barbara High School, right? But I had a board that listened to that need. All right, so I appreciate that you have adopted this resolution and that it's going to happen. But the consequences are valuable in ensuring that the 10 years, right, is not without progress. It's one thing to have a resolution, and I've been here long for resolutions, but what happens with a resolution without action, without consequence, without community building? There's a restorative justice process here in the school district. Where is that happening with our families, with our Black and brown solidarity? I wasn't called racial slurs when I was in high school here, especially not by my brown brothers and sisters, right? That did not happen to me because there was a community, there was education. I spent time at La Casa de la Raza. I spent time working at the Fiesta booth every year. I spent time learning from my Indigenous brothers and sisters. I spent time being educated. And so I hope that part of this resolution, part of the other committees, that the Wellness Committee that's already enacted, the other task force will collaborate with this committee to ensure that education is not just happening in our classrooms, but it's happening in our parent and our caregiving community as well. And so as someone that is supporting the pipeline from the district to Santa Barbara City College, I want to make sure that that is a soft handoff, right? So that the learning will continue, that the progress will continue, instead of being a place of soft landing from a hard time. And right now I work with students and who tell me this is the first time I've been recognized and celebrated in my Blackness. The first time I've had a safe space. That hurts my heart to be a product of this community and to hear from a local student who said, this is the first time in the Umoja Village that I have been welcomed and seen. Let's make sure that that ends.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Leandra Shalhoub, followed by Michelle Westlander Quaid, followed by Michael English. Welcome.
Hi. I always get up here with so much to say. I always feel so prepared, but tonight's super emotional. Yes, thank you for the work that you guys have done. It makes me want to cry from like joy that it actually happened, but makes me want to cry more that it took so long and has taken so long and so many generations. But with this committee, hopefully the district will no longer be so far removed from our children's experiences. I'm hopeful that it's finally giving our children's needs voices, that they're not hushed anymore. I hope also that it's going to be some kind of sounding board so that when their issues get too big for them to carry or for us to carry for them, that you don't need to launch a full-on study to find this out, that it has already been able to be communicated, that you guys are the first ones to know, not the last. I hope that this committee also gives you guys the opportunity to see the successes, to watch our Black students' moments on the mountaintops, and not just hear them when they're crying for help. So hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michelle Westlander Quaid, followed by Michael English, followed by Barbara Parmet. Welcome.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm familiar with Child Evangelism Fellowship, and I've met with the CEF board. And I'm here to speak about their value-added after-school programs and the
Oh, I'm
public
sorry.
comment.
I'm sorry,
So,
Miss. This is for a specific item, which is the new committee that's being formed by resolution. I think that's more general public comment.
yes,
So-
that's what I'd written on there,
so-
and I believe Michael is the same for a public comment for the after-school
Okay.
programs.
I had it in the wrong pile.
Okay, thank you.
So next up, we have Barbara Parmet.
I passed my comment, but appreciate all the parents who spoke tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's our final public comment for this item.
Thank you for your public comments, both virtually and in person. Board members' comments and questions. Mr. Escobedo.
Couple questions. So for the open committee places that we have to fill, what's the process for that?
So working actually with this committee, we developed a process where we had multiple, it's actually a selection panel. So it's getting a group of parents, staff, as well as a student and community member, as well as a member of an organization that's doing this work, bringing them together, and then specifically sending out an application for people to fill out. We receive the applications. And then the selection panel will receive the applications and review each application based upon a rubric. And the rubric's designed to help determine what background this person brings in terms of this specific work and what experience they have, and are they able to collaborate, and what these various key points. That'll be narrowed down into specific interviews. So those who are scoring at the top will be interviewed. And then from that point, the selection panel will choose the members who will participate.
Thank you. And then for the board member that when we do the reassignments in December, will this board member be a participant or will they be a liaison? What is the role of the board member as it pertains to the committee?
I think it's actually they're in the role of being a representative from the board, but they'll also be contributing to the conversation. So they'll be part of the group. So it's, yeah.
I have comments, but I want to digest them a little bit before I go, so I can pass it on.
Additional comments, Dr. Bill?
My comment is that reading this resolution was work that came before me and work that I listened to in the last 9 months. And I'm hearing that nobody wants us to be performative, to be just checking off a box. And I would like to think that as we've started this committee, we start to have conversations. There are lots of cultural shifts happening in our world. So it is sad to hear that years ago that people were comfortable and weren't calling each other names. And that has changed in this modern world. So I think that conversation we need to have is what is behind that change. And in this school world where we have young people who are learning and we want there to be consequences, but we want them to be educational consequences so they don't happen again. I think that's a conversation we need to have as part of this committee. So we are listening and we are trying to figure it out along with all of you.
Ms. Munoz?
Yes, I would like to say about the, consequences, and I am concerned about a student arriving at school and hearing a racial slur told to them. I do want to see, find out what the process is so that their community, so that our parents know what they can do, who they can go to, so that their students, can be protected and that the student doing this has consequences. That I'd like to know more about. I certainly had, my experience going to a private school that was primarily white, having, the racism thrown at me in the mornings and just not wanting to go and having physical symptoms and stuff where I'd have, pretty upset stomach and so forth. And to hear that, I'm 65, and to hear that this is happening to these young men as they arrive to school, I would like to see, the support, someone reach out to the parent and provide, support to them, so that, these young men are taken care of.
Mr. Ben?
I appreciate the opportunity to hear the resolution, to hear some of the history and to realize the amount of time that it's been. So I'm happy to be aware of where we've been. I'm hopeful about where we are today. And I have expectations about where we're going and where we'll be in the future. I appreciate the concepts and the conversation around consequence. Consequence can arrive from appropriate correction. It can arise from education. It can arise from success and respect. And all of those have to play a role as we move forward in this. I want to thank you for your hard work and the committee the committees and the people before you that have worked over the last several years to get us to this point, and the community that wants exactly what we want here. Thank you for the hard work and allowing us to be at a point where we have the ability to have such strong expectations about what the future will be.
Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you. So first, I want to thank the committee. I know that it's a lot of personal time that you've dedicated to this to get us to this point. And we spent, when we started your committee, talking about the fact that we need to maintain momentum and we need to continue to make progress. And the fact that we can't, once we're removed from where this all started, eventually lose sight of what we're trying to do. And that means supporting it with resources. That means supporting it with time, whether it's staff time or board time. It means making sure that this is not performative and that there is space to speak truth and be honest with each other and point out the places where we fall short. And there are plenty of places where we fall short. And we need to acknowledge that. And we really need to embrace this as an opportunity. And I do, Mr. Johnson, I appreciate your public comment, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think there is anti-Blackness in the Latino community, and I wish I had a full-throated answer and a really concrete action and solution, but I don't. And I really think that if I can continue, I think it is on Latino leaders and families to be a part of the solution, to be there to be there for our Black community, to be there with our Black community, to be there in solidarity with the Black community, to model the behaviors that we want from our children, to have discussions outright and talk about consequences. I think there is absolutely a need for consequences, and I don't want to skirt that part of this. I think that the consequences themselves and what they are really, really important. It's really important to get those consequences right, because if it is just punitive and there is no growth from that opportunity, if there is no rehabilitation, if there is no opportunity to do better, and that includes with the families themselves, it's a vicious cycle. And what we're trying to do is break out of a vicious cycle that is just contributing to more and more harm, to being further and further away from each other. And there needs to be an opportunity to also include families in these discussions, in the actions, and yes, in the consequences. And I think one of the big tasks that I am hoping that this committee will discuss is to talk about what that looks like and what is the appropriate consequence, so that it's not just, we know what happens when it's only punitive and when we just shun someone and we throw them away and we don't give them the opportunity. And that is where this restorative justice approach comes, that I believe it was Ms. Richardson that was talking about it. And oftentimes when people see or hear restorative justice, they think no consequences, they're let off. But actually there should be some really big consequences in the restorative justice approach, but there's also the opportunity for growth and learning and opportunity to bring other people into the fold, including family. And so when it comes time for talking about this in December, I have a strong interest in being the board member to represent. I'm obviously happy to have discussion with the rest of the board members, but I'm hoping that this is one of the topics that we discuss, is consequences, what that looks like, what is most appropriate, what is the most effective. This is, I forget who said it, this is the first step. This is not the last step. I'm really hoping that it doesn't take us 10 years to see something concrete. I want to acknowledge that, I want to be honest, I don't have the answers, but I am interested in doing the work to find them. And I just want to thank all of the community members, many of which spoke today. I'm going to encourage my partners on the board, district leadership, our labor partners to also engage in this work, because it is not just a committee that's going to change this. I believe Ms. Lawrence, you spoke to it. It's not just a committee. It is not just a board. It is not just teachers. It is not just administration. It is the whole community. And we are here at this point, which is not enough, because of community and the push to do the right thing. And we're trying, and I know that doesn't mean much and doesn't mean much to me either, but I do want to say that this is the first step, not the last step. And I want to thank the committee for all of the work, and look forward to supporting it and hopefully being a part of it in the future. Thank you.
So I echo the comments, but I also want to add to the comments of my board colleagues and to appreciate the conversation that came before us tonight. My heart is just as heavy as it was 2.5 years ago when we came here. That we have made some steps with regards to that. And at that moment, I remember saying that it's simply not okay that we're at this point at that time. I know we got, pushed to do some things, and we have done some things, and it maybe has not got to the level of the consequences that need to happen, where we feel like something that you heard me and that someone had a consequence to that. And the consequences can't come with regards to who's doing the action. They have to come because it is an action against our African-American students. Whether it's coming from our Latino, our Black students, there's a lot of this that's going on. We need to call that out too with regards to that. And I think that it's important to know, we talked about it's like 74 years, I believe. So time before us. So I want to apologize as a board member, as a leader in this community. I raised my son through this district in terms of the things that he had to go through. It was a different time and place, and there's a different expectation. And I think we kind of lost that expectation of what we expect of our students, of our children, and of our community. And our students are lacking that piece. I want to apologize for the things that happened 74 years ago. I truly want to apologize for that, because right now, irregardless of what happened 74 years ago, we're right here now in 2024 talking about that. And it is incumbent upon us to find out what does consequences mean? What level of consequences? It may be some consequences that may be unable to be seen because of the restrictions in the Ed Code and all of those different things. But how do we make sure that the consequences that we're saying and the results of what we just said and adopted here eventually with the vote, that it is truly going to change something about parents coming and feeling still desperate, frustrated, and a few other words that I'm not going to say. But I understand it, and my heart is still heavy that we haven't gotten to that level, even though the steps that we've taken and the work that's being done. But we're taking that step to be able to do that. And so asking for some grace, and that might be hard for some to hear, but it is truly coming from a place we want to make this change. And the consequences has to be at our level, because we're making the policies part of the environment of our teachers, of our leaders. The consequences are at that level. So what does that look like? What is a tangible consequence to these actions, to these resolutions that we're taking? What is that about? I also want to acknowledge the continued hurt and frustration that our students are experiencing, just as we heard tonight. That really just devastates me. And 2 years ago, there's got to be a line in the sand in which we draw it. That line hasn't moved for me. It still remains that we have got to do better. We've got to push forward, and it can't just be us talking. It can't just do us making policy. It can't just be the training, because of all those efforts hasn't moved the way we think and move and act toward each other, including our students. We've heard a lot of student voice in here. So I also would want to include that we need to get our students together. Do you understand what you're doing to each other? And what you call this one, you're calling yourself. But sometimes you don't see it because we're not coming together and see that. You know, we used to have assemblies in school where we brought each other together. When you said the N word, when you said the last word, when you called the stick word, when you said those words, we as an administration and a school, at least this is the environment that I grew up in Texas. So I'm saying to that, there was a consequence in terms of we're going to come together at that moment. We're not going to take time. We will call an assembly at that moment. All students come in here. If someone is coming to this office, coming to that office saying, hey, I just got the N word, I got called this, we need to call an assembly. And we used to have morning announcements. We need to keep continuing and putting it and facing it every day. And I know that it takes courage to come in a room like this, because I also see the rolling of the eyes like, wow, when we going to get through? We're going to get through when we have parents that not keep coming here telling us about what happened 74 years ago, what just happened last week. We got to have that courage to move that forward. I know we got some courageous folks on here, but we got to do more than just be courageous. We have got, our actions have to reflect it. And I'm not trying to be on a soapbox, but it's really real that we continue to see this. And I know the efforts are there. I know they're there. But the folks who are silently going along need you to speak up, because some folks are speaking for you when our teachers aren't doing what we're supposed to. When we not here, that's action being spoken. And if it's not for you in terms of that, then there's a different mission you need to get on board with, because here we want all students to be seen, heard, and valued. And now we're focusing on our anti-Blackness. And when we get that right, it will benefit the rest of us. We have got to get this right, and we cannot stop until we do. We got to ask that question. How was your experience today? Because we've got to change that experience. You know, we're a data-driven district, and we're looking at those things. What is the data telling us? What is it asking? Are we asking the right questions to our students? So what does it mean to call that person that? Do you even know what it means? So you got to ask those hard questions. And when you walk in a classroom, know that this misbehavior, disrespect to your classmates will not be tolerated. So what do we need to do? What is the consequence on us in terms of making those policies? What do we need to do? Because the consequences in the end lay right here. And so how do we do that? And I want to also, because you see me going with the A's and apologizing and acknowledging I was at a reparation. And it's like, until you apologize for what happened, and you may not have been there when it happened, but we are here now. And it is incumbent upon us to determine if it's going to further deteriorate or it's going to improve. It is incumbent on us to make that change. And so what I hope, and I know we have our finest moments ahead of us, because that finest moments come when we have our students and when we have our parents come in and say, thank you. I can finally say that yesterday it was name calling free. That's what we're looking for. And that's what we're doing here at Santa Barbara Unified. No less. No less. And we shouldn't, and our students and parents and community shouldn't have to expect no less. And the reason we're still here is because we didn't do our absolute best. We didn't determine it. We didn't mean that. So what did it mean when you had a community? Because you knew who you were. And you knew if someone called you a name, that's not me. And that's not okay. So we want to shore up our students who are being a part of that, being torn down by that, that's not who you are, and that's not who we are as a district, through our policies, through our actions, and through our beliefs, and through our values. I know I have a whole lot more to say, but it's not enough to say anything. You got to do what you got to do. So with that, board, unless there's some additional comments and or questions. And also that this resolution is not a stagnant document. So if we find through the things that are coming up, do we need to come back and update it? Keeping it relative about what's going on. And I know that we're continuing to get reports, but it's not the reports that we want to hear tonight. So hopefully we're going to look at that and take it upon us as boards and as part of our goals to do that. And we don't have to yet to be created. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. So with that, I don't want to take Nike's, sperm, but let's just do what we got to do here. So with that, may I have a motion for approval?
I move to adopt the resolution number 2024/25-16 in recognition of the committee advancing Black achievement, wellness, and excellence.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been motion second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And thank you, committee, for your work and your committed work and what you've had to go through. Thank you, community. Okay. Mr. Vance, are you done with us? You done? Not done with us, but okay. So I'm gonna get us back, Superintendent. Were there any items that you wanted to pull because we're gonna switch back to actually because people might want to comment. Yes, I know, but I just want to make sure, were there any items that you wanted to pull in case there was some comment?
Board members, tonight, I want to really appreciate the donations that have come before us and the generosity of all those who are donating. However, my staff has asked me to take some time to really ensure that we are really clear on the donor's intent and that we really have a clear guidance so that we can really honor and fulfill that intentionality. So I'm going to pull tonight's donations. We have made phone calls to our generous donors, and we'll be bringing that back in December.
Okay. Okay, just want to make sure we didn't have anyone waiting to comment on that. With that, Mr. Escobedo.
All right. Thank you for your patience. We are now moving to general public comment for items that are not on today's agenda. We have over 30 public speakers, so we are going to change public comment time to 90 seconds. There is the clock on the right above the door. There is a light system. When it shifts from green to yellow, that means that there is 20 seconds left. And I will call a few people up if you could queue up. And the first is Sophia Fadilla, followed by Sarah Veek, followed by Marcy Winograd. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. I'll just go really fast. I came back from a 5 months mission, help injured kids and parents lost their kids resulting in Israel genocide in Gaza. With a pain and aching heart, I finding that Governor Newsom signed a 1277, which authorized the ADL to train California teacher in genocide, which is ridiculous. A genocide denial and pro-Israeli propaganda to train our kids in Palestinian-Israeli war/genocide without integrating Palestinian-American scholar or training to help with the training. This county built unfair and just for all, and I am a living soul for it. That's how I want our kids to be educated, not brainwashed with idea that serve political agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Sarah Veek, followed by Marcy Winograd, followed by Rich Lashua. Welcome.
Hi, so I'm speaking about the same issue, that the ADL, among other groups belonging to this California Teachers Collaborative on Holocaust and Genocide Education, have excused the atrocities against civilians in Gaza, despite the UN saying that there are reasonable grounds to claim that a genocide is taking place. The ADL conflates criticism of Israel's policies with anti-Semitism. This collapses differences between the irrational anti-Semitic scapegoating of Hitler's regime and the substantive political grievances of the Palestinian people. Any treatment of the history of Israel and Palestine in the curriculum should include the perspectives of Palestinian and Arab historians. Unfortunately, the distorted information that U.S. public has received regarding this history has had a tragic role in prolonging the suffering of the Palestinian people. Students should not only be exposed to Zionist Jewish perspectives, but be made aware of the perspectives of Jewish people who have a complex relationship with Zionism or are anti-Zionist. There's a tradition of Jewish human rights activism that sees the expression "never again" that emerged from the Holocaust as meaning never again should we tolerate this happening to any group of people, and students should not be taught a curriculum that insults this tradition. And at the very least, if you stay on the right side of history now, that means having to make fewer updates to your curriculum later, as the reality of what is happening in Gaza will inevitably be more widely acknowledged.
Thank you. Next up, Marcy Winograd, followed by Rich Lashua, followed by Barbara Parmet.
Hello, my name is Marcy Winograd. I'm a retired LAUSD English teacher and literacy coach, now volunteering in my grandson's second grade classroom as a reading coach. I'm here today to share with you a letter signed by 900 members, 900 residents of California of over 50 organizations, urging you to steer clear of the Anti-Defamation League. The Anti-Defamation League defames me, defames Jews, suggests that Jews support genocide in Gaza, where over 42,000, 100,000, who knows, have been killed brutally, bombarded, starved now, over 1 million people. There are Jews across this country who want nothing to do with the Anti-Defamation League, who want nothing to do with this teachers collaborative that Gavin Newsom signed into law that's offering free professional development to indoctrinate our students into ethnic supremacy. This is absurd. I ask that we have a meeting with the superintendent. I appreciate you all listening to me and your service to advance education. I appreciate everybody here tonight and what they have said. And I ask that we beware of the ADL because it parades as a civil rights organization. It is now carrying water for Israeli genocide. So let's reject that and go forward for our students and equity, real equity and diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rich Lashua, followed by Barbara Parmet, followed by Jim Yarbrough.
Forgive me, I had 3 minutes and I was furiously editing, so I'm going to do my best. Good evening. Last month, I had the pleasure of participating in an all-alumni marching band celebrating 50 years of my high school alma mater's music program. I bring this up because for most of my high school career, our marching band was regularly closer to 100 or 200 members, and the Santa Barbara High Marching Band would regularly stomp all over us. In recent years, the district has adopted an open enrollment policy that allows families to transfer their students to practically any school for almost any reason. White flight is well underway, and Santa Barbara is self-segregating itself sharply along racial and economic lines, with students of color unable to enroll in elective classes that rival those of their peers across town. Now the music program at Santa Barbara High is a shell of what it once was. Again, the compressed junior high schedule and open enrollment are adversely affecting all of our students, but especially students of color. We're denying them learning about other students and cultures precisely when they become more aware of their differences. This is the connection. This is now my 20th consecutive month that I have recognized, responded, and reported racist flaws in our system to the school board. Not a single person in this room created the problem, but we are all responsible for solving it. Data matters, but we're dealing with kids, not data points. I relished the way music reunited people after up to decades apart. I have never heard of an AP test reunion party. Endlessly collecting more data won't solve this problem nor bring our community together, but the arts can. Tonight, the board resolved to eliminate structural racism. Please give all students the education they deserve.
Thank you. Next up, Barbara Parmet, followed by Jim Yarbrough, followed by Sarah Bazan. Welcome.
Thank you, board, for all the work you do for our students. I am here as a Jew in profound grief and rage about the genocide in Gaza. I am here to ask you not to sign a contract with the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, which is an Islamophobic and anti-Palestinian organization that has been given the go-ahead to train 6th and 7th grade teachers statewide about genocide, the topic they will never talk about, and they do not want anyone else to talk about: Gaza, the genocide, and the Palestinian people. I bring this to your attention because Governor Newsom recently signed SB 1277 into law. If you are willing to sign a contract with the teachers' collaborative groups listed in the legislation, you will be silencing Palestinian voices. To combat the collaborative led by the ADL, we are asking you not to sign a contract with the collaborative organizations until, number one, they include scholars on Palestine. Number two, they expel the ADL and other organizations that conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism in order to censor debate. And three, develop a transparent and accountable governance structure, not in the hands of an anti-Palestinian
Barb.
group.
Ma'am, could you please put your sign down? Consent. Appreciate it. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Many of the organizations in the collaborative, they're Armenian, Indigenous, Rwandan, Guatemalan, Cambodian. There is no reference to Palestine in any of the groups.
Thank you.
The timing of such a bill that completely ignores Palestinian suffering can only be considered a maneuver to control the narrative in favor of the Israeli government.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Jim Yarbrough, followed by Sarah Bazan, followed by Janet Price.
I want to second the comments that the lady before me just made. And I note that it's Native American Month, and we want to fight racism against Native Americans. And we want to empower Black students, all students, but we want to empower Black students and Black achievement. So let's not empower racism against Arabs, Palestinians, and Muslims. And that's what this collaborative is about, the one that's being mentioned tonight. And you should have a handout about it before we leave tonight. So in the interest of getting through this evening, I will end here.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Bazan, followed by Janet Price, followed by Carolina Bate.
Hi, good evening. Thank
Welcome.
you for all of your work and all of your service. I'm also deeply concerned about SB 1277 and echo the previous speakers. You know, I think it's just really, really important that we understand that the Anti-Defamation League really is not supporting the voices of all peoples, and it is really denying the extreme genocide of the Palestinian people, the starvation of whole populations. It is really outrageous and cannot be denied. And please do not let this school district, because I believe in you and all of the things that you're talking about, the ethnic studies, the Black power, and the Latinos. Let's lift us all up, but let's not deny and do not contract to teach our teachers and denying the humanity of the Palestinians and Muslim people, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Janet Price, followed by Carolina Bate, followed by Brian Campbell. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you very much, board and everyone who's here tonight. I just wanted to speak on behalf of the Good News Club. I think that the Good News Club on campuses are valuable to children because of the good things they teach and how they encourage children to live their lives. And I think it kind of goes along with what we're saying, that in these clubs, all children are welcomed, they're loved, it's a safe space, and they can be together and build relationships. I was a participant in the Good News Club when I was very young. I made a decision during a Good News Club meeting, which has made a profound impact on my life. Because of that decision I made 60 years ago, I've had a very good and successful life. I didn't get into drugs nor alcohol and drinking, which was very popular among my peers in the wild 1960s and early 70s. I have a good marriage that have lasted 41 years and will continue to last until death do us part. We have raised our family on the same principles that are taught in the Good News Clubs, and we have 3 children who are productive adults and are contributing to our society. I don't want to give the wrong impression. My life has not been perfect. I've had my ups and downs and made my mistakes, had my challenges, but God has been good to me, and I believe that it is because I have followed the principles and morals that were taught in the Good News Clubs. These clubs are valuable for children. They're fun. They teach good values and morals. These clubs should have equal access to classrooms and space in our public schools, just the same as any other club. So please consider keeping these clubs on the campuses of our Santa Barbara School District.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Carolina Bate, followed by Brian Campbell, followed by Crystal Lee. Welcome.
Thank you. Why is it important to continue the Good News Clubs to help students study the Bible? Because as adults, we know how challenging life can be, with times of sorrow and stress, or when we feel discouraged, or are faced with a difficult decision. The gospel message of Christ is helpful during these moments in our lives. Listen as the beauty of this psalm speaks for itself, providing comfort and consolation from Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
Ms. Abate, I need to just interrupt you on that. If it's really keeping it to the Good News Club, that you want them to be a part of that, if you could stay there and not get beyond those pieces with the scripture, if you could just do that, please.
I
understand that, but we also.
The point, I believe that studying the Bible is very valuable, and I brought actual content from the Bible to prove to you the point of the value of studying the Bible and the beauty of the Psalms and how it brings peace and comfort.
I understand
it's
it, but
part of the evidence of my
just
presentation.
with regards to you're speaking to the importance of bringing or wanting to have the freedom to have the Good News Club be a part of our programs with regards to that. So if we could just keep it that and where I want to keep that, not bringing scripture into it if at all possible.
I'd like the clock to be reset, please, so that I can begin my presentation completely. And
if your
all of it.
presentation is going to continue to include the scripture, is it going to conclude? the
Yes, it
scripture?
is. It's the evidence for my presentation. I'm providing real world evidence to support my points.
This is a public comment that's within our jurisdiction, which is with regards to, and I'll just make my point here. With regards to what's in the jurisdiction. What's in the jurisdiction is you're asking for the Good News Club to be a part of the programs that's within the
Yes, and
district. And that is getting into the scripture and coding that is getting beyond that jurisdiction.
This, at the public comment podium, there's freedom of speech.
And
I've
within
said
the
nothing that's
within the jurisdiction.
inappropriate or wrong.
I'm not saying it's inappropriate.
The
I'm just saying
decision-
within the jurisdiction. So if you could conclude your comments.
I would like the clock to be reset so that I can complete my presentation.
Listen, look, hold on. You're not at the podium and you're not had asked. I'm speaking to the speaker here with regards to this. So again, as a participant in this, I'm just asking you to respect the jurisdiction of the district. So you can conclude your comments and you have not requested to speak as a part of the public comment. So thank you. Yeah. Okay.
I would only simply ask the board to please read our Constitution and understand the freedom of speech. I've said nothing inappropriate, nothing wrongful, nothing that isn't true. The Good News Club studies the Bible. These
I
are
understand it, but
passages
what
from
your
the
request
Bible.
is, and also with regards to on our public comment, with regards to what's within the jurisdiction
The
of the
decision,
school district.
yes,
And not that's not there with regards to that.
but the decision to continue the Good News Clubs is within his jurisdiction of the school district.
Exactly that. So the scripture doesn't imply itself in there. So if you could conclude your comments with the last 35 seconds that's taken off of that, that does not include the scripture.
I can't because I have another passage to show how valuable the scriptures
If
are.
I could
to
ask you
students.
respectfully, no,
And talking about the 10 Commandments and thou shalt
I
not kill.
respectfully ask that you not continue with that on that path of conversation.
There's freedom of speech in this country still.
I'm respectfully asking that, and I know you don't necessarily have to agree with that. Those who are speaking out of
And the
turn,
Brown Act.
out of
I-
turn,
you know,
it's not a Brown Act. It's also within what we are looking at with regards to our public comments.
Well, what happened here just now this evening is not right.
Well,
It's
I'm
not.
sorry that you feel that way.
First time I've ever been told that I can't.
I've been, and there has been, I've had
my
to make I've had to
presentation.
make some tough decision when it gets outside of that. And that's what I'm saying.
These are the points of my,
I understand, And what I'm saying is that they are outside the jurisdiction. So I apologize. Happy to talk with you offline with that. And I want to be respectful of this, if we're going to be respectful of this,
But
of
this
this space.
decision is within the school district's jurisdiction.
Not,
Have the good news clubs or not.
then that's it. You want to have the good news be within the school
I do,
district,
but I'm
and
trying to
that's,
prove to you why.
then that becomes a different conversation. Hold on, Dr. Superintendent here. So if you could just conclude that comment, and without the script, if you can't conclude it without the scriptures, then we need to go to the next speaker. And that's what I've been asking, just a general speak, not the specifics with regards to the scripture.
Our community is better when our students study the Bible and know the difference between right and wrong.
There you go. Thank you. Call the next speaker, please.
Thank you. Next we have Brian Campbell, followed by Crystal Lee, followed by Rosalie Hardouen. Brian Campbell. Followed by Crystal Lee.
Okay, I think probably what she was trying to say. First of all, I understand that there is an effort to try to remove the Good News Club from the schools. I am a very strong supporter of it, and I am hoping that this does not happen. As you all know, children come from very different backgrounds. They go through all kinds of things. And sometimes the Good News program is the only thing that they have, the only solace that they have. Getting some scripture like the 91st Psalm, 93rd Psalm, like she was telling us. The Lord is our shepherd. Yes, he's the one that's going to take care of us, okay? That scripture is teaching children things like, you don't have to, maybe things are bad. You ain't got to trip off of it. Why? Because God is with you. He got your back. He's teaching us things like we're talking about prejudice and racial conflict or what have you. He's telling us, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. Yeah. Why? Because you got God with you.
Yes.
Okay. His rod and his staff. What's it going to do? You're comforted. So don't trip. You got kids that's battling depression and things like that. Through the Good News Club, we're teaching children scripture, things that they can go home with when it's dark, when they ain't got nobody else to talk to. They got God. They're learning things like this, and this is what our children need. Okay, I think that's pretty much what they're saying. So please keep it in the.
Yeah, I don't know that. Maybe I need my superintendent to speak up because there's confusion as to whether it's in the schools, where it is, and so that's what I'm saying with regards to the jurisdiction, being clear.
It's after school. It's an after school program. So, the Good News Club,
I understand that, but there's been some confusion as to whether it's been canceled or not. I just want to get some clarity. That has come up too. So I'm just trying to get clarity around it.
That's why I'm here. I'm supporting. We need to, whatever's going on,
that's where I was
keep it going.
That's trying
don't change it. Don't touch it.
That's where I'm trying to keep it clear. So again, I want to respect, I want you to respect this environment, that we want to make sure that this is not a football game. I want to hear what you're saying. So you're saying exactly what I was saying. There has been some confusion as to whether it's in the school. It's not that. So I want my superintendent to say that. And the comments are, we want this to stay in the schools. But when it gets beyond what the content of is, that's a different conversation. And that's all I was saying. Not disrespecting it. That's what I was saying.
I feel you.
Okay.
You're right. You're right. It's not what we say, it's how we say it. And as long as it sounds like we're in agreement.
We're in agreement in terms of it being in the schools, but I also want further clarification because there has been some miscommunication.
Well, I appreciate the clarification. Please give that to us as soon as possible.
I'm going to do it now.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. I just want to clarify for the record, there are no actions planned, nor have there ever been any actions planned to get rid of the Good News Club. It exists in a couple of our elementary schools. There is a process for someone to apply to have one in our schools. It has been made clear to the organizers that have asked us. We will keep that process in place. And as long as people follow that process, follow our district rules around how you use our space, that is allowed. Some of our schools on the weekends lease our space through Facilitron for church services. That is allowed, but it cannot be commingled with the business of the district. And I think we need to be clear about that. So if you have heard that we are canceling the Good News Club or that we do not allow the Good News Club in our schools. That is false information. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rosalie Hardwin, followed by Gregory Smiljan, followed by Enrique Sanchez.
Good evening, school board members. I'm also here tonight speaking on behalf of the Child Evangelism Fellowship programs taking place in some of our local schools. It is a free after-school program that is offered once a week for an hour and a half after school. It's being made available to all the local elementary school children. It teaches the children about the benefits of having a relationship with Jesus. It also teaches different Bible stories and builds a firm foundation for the children. Each session teaches valuable life lessons, good morals and values, respect for other people of different races that will benefit these children throughout their lives. We have seen the positive impact this program has had on our children. We would like to continue to offer the Good News Club to the children in our community. As it rewards them, it builds their self-confidence and self-esteem in ways that are truly astounding. We ask that you continue to make our Good News Club after-school program available to all of our local children as one of the after-school programs in our Santa Barbara Unified School District. Thank you for acknowledging the lifelong benefits of our program that has provided for the children in our school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Gregory Smiljan. Gregory Smiljan. All right. Enrique Sanchez, followed by Carrie Erickson, followed by Julie Dorn. Enrique Sanchez.
I apologize. I was in the back.
Oh,
Gregory
yeah.
Smiljan. So I would like to also speak on behalf of Good News Club. It has been said that Good News Club has not been canceled in schools, but the issue is that certain administrators in schools, principals.
Can you turn on the mic? Is it on?
Sorry, I believe it is.
Oh yeah, just if you could speak closer into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Certain administrators and principals, they push it out, and they made it difficult. They make it difficult for Good News Club to take place, and there are in certain schools, we're not allowed to have space, even though teachers allow students or allow volunteers to come in and use the rooms. The request that I come to the school, to the board, is that the process, I would like to ask that you overlook the process and make sure there is no discrimination and there's no bias to Good News Club compared to other after-school programs. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Carrie Erickson, followed by Julie Dorn, followed by Rand Clark. Welcome.
Do I turn the microphone on or is it?
I think it's on, but if you can move it closer.
Move it down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome.
Okay. We live in America, which is the land of the free and the brave. Everyone here has rights. The right for freedom of speech, the right for freedom of religion, and the right to not be discriminated against. When these rights are violated and ignored, it makes us stand up, become an activist, and tell someone. It is imperative that the Santa Barbara School Board continues the tradition of giving students the option to attend an after-school class to learn more about the Bible. This class is a school setting that is kind and open to all. The Good News Club offers all kids an inclusive sanctuary in which learning about God's scripture leads to obtaining a positive moral compass. No funding is even required, as all Good News teachers are volunteer-driven. We as Americans have the right to keep teaching our children in a positive spiritual experience that will enhance the children's lives for years to come. Let us stay in the land of the free. And please keep the option of allowing the Good News Club to operate in the Santa Barbara school system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Julie Dorn, followed by Rand Clark, followed by Linda Danette.
Hi.
Welcome.
I currently have 2 of my 3 children enrolled in the Good News Club. They both look forward to attending every single week. There is an optional homework involved, which I have watched them complete it with excitement. It is just wonderful to see how they have progressed in such a short time. Last week, one of the homework assignments involved writing down a short prayer. My daughter wrote down in her assignment that she wanted to pray for both of her grandmothers. My son wanted to pray for our neighbors. This really touched my heart. I love to see the kindness in my son and daughter. I ask that the Santa Barbara School Board continue to offer the Good News Club at all of their schools, so that more children can experience the good news and build good moral character.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rand Clark, followed by Linda Danette, followed by, this one just says Linda. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm an organizer for the Santa Barbara chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace. We are Jews and others who support the Palestinian struggle. To some of you, what you're hearing about the ADL tonight may be a bit surprising. I want to give a little context. In short, the ADL is supportive of marginalized communities only until those communities and their organizations support Palestinian rights. As far back as 1993, the ADL was exposed as spying on and keeping information on at least 700 organizations and 10,000 activists, including Greenpeace, the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee, the NAACP, the UFW, and the Nelson Mandela Welcoming Committee. In fact, the ADL spied on groups opposing South African apartheid and even gave information to the South African government. In the 80s, in an attempt to counter the Bay Area's support for intersectional anti-racism organizing, which included support for Palestinians, the ADL introduced its World of Difference program. It included, they created a coalition of queer, Arab, Asian, and other anti-racist groups. After a while, the board realized that the ADL was presenting a narrow view of bias that elevated the Nazi Holocaust to the detriment of others. Eventually, the board resigned and quit because they realized that the ADL was using them simply as cover. The ADL is not
Thank you.
Should not be teaching our youth. Thank you.
Next, we have Linda Danette, followed by Linda, followed by Troy Greenberg. Welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am reading a letter from a parent who has their children in Good News Club. Dear school board members, I'm writing in strong support of GNC's after-school program. My adopted children came to live with me 4 years ago following 3 difficult years in the foster care system. Their social development has been significantly delayed, and their confidence was further impacted by the isolation of COVID-19 mandates. For them, school was an intimidating and overwhelming place, and forming friendships felt nearly impossible. I spent many mornings chasing my son around the school parking lot as he was too fearful to walk into his classroom alone. Unfortunately, we didn't have access to GNC that year, but we did the following year, and enrolling in their after-school program changed everything. Initially, I signed my kids up for GNC out of necessity as a single working mom needing a safe place for them to stay on Thursdays after early release. I had no idea how profoundly it would impact their lives. Through GNC, my children began to develop friendships, build self-confidence, and experience a sense of belonging on their school
Thank you.
campus.
Thank you. Next up, we have Troy Greenberg, followed by Peggy Wilson. Oh,
There's the rest of the
oh, is this
letter.
the second Linda?
Yeah. mhm. I'm a
Thank
little
you.
taller here.
Welcome.
Okay, finding consistent after-school care has been one of my greatest challenges as a single mother. I have hired sitters, enlisted family, and juggled multiple arrangements just to ensure my kids had a safe place to go. Having an on-campus program like the Good News Club was a tremendous relief, sparing us from the additional logistics of transportation. But beyond the convenience, what my children gained from this program was invaluable. Good News Clubs was the first place they've truly felt safe outside of our home. Thanks to the kindness and understanding that defines the program's environment. This kindness, something my kids learned to both recognize and embrace, has had a lasting impact on their lives. Good News provides more than just after-school care. It fosters an environment of safety, community, and kindness. I firmly believe that other children in Santa Barbara would greatly benefit from having this program available to their school campuses. Thank you for considering the positive impact Good News Club can have to our families.
Thank you.
Have
Sorry.
a few more minutes here, a few seconds. There's a good relationship between the Good News Club teaching godly morals and values as in the elementary schools. And then when you get to the high schools, you would have the ability to have respect for teachers, parents, other races, and it all kind of goes together.
Thank you. Next, we have Troy Greenberg, followed by Peggy Wilson, followed by Brett Schellenberger. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. All right, here. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You spent a lot of time in the beginning of this meeting. This is my first time coming here, but you created a lot of division. There's a lot of division, and people need to come together. And you have all these codes and these words up there, and you deal with the age-old question of, well, we wrote this beautiful words and no one listened. Or we said all these nice things and no one heard us. Some people did some bad stuff before and they haven't changed. I mean, that's why we need things like the Good News Club, right? We recognize the problem of original sin, right? That's that feeling that we all did bad things and our ancestors did bad things, but there's a way to move forward. And there's a hierarchy of value and a code of ethics that we inherited from our traditions, right? Love thy neighbor as thyself. Am I in trouble?
You got 14 seconds.
All right. Honor thy father and thy mother. How's that? Okay.
Is it good to just, you're trying to make sure that we understand and it's important with regards to the Good News Club? I'm
I'm just making sure. I mean, I am quoting.
But there's
scripture.
the Greek, the Good News.
Thou
the Good News
shalt
Club.
not
Can
steal.
Can we stay on the Good News Club?
All right.
What do you want us to do with that?
Thou shalt not steal. Well, this is what you learn at the Good News Club,
Okay.
right? And we can all come together. Black, white, brown, whatever.
Thank you.
You have
Yeah.
to have a unifying
Thank
issue.
you.
That's your public comment time.
All right.
Next up, we have Peggy Wilson, followed by Brett Schellenberger, followed by Gian Jacota.
Know if I even need these. I don't think I need my paper. Thank you for listening to us. I am on the board of the Good News Club, and boy, my heart's heavy. This has been a heavy night, and I'm sure you guys, your heart's heavy too. What I did hear tonight was the woman, the homeschooled mom, came up and you firmly affirmed her that the Good News Clubs will be in the after school, the after school program. You told her there's no problem with that, but being on the board, there has been a problem, but I am happy to hear that this is all going to get expedited. And I am just delighted because these kids, it's all free. It's Parents have to sign for their kids to come. We're not asking anything. I was here 2 weeks ago. We weren't included in that bulk of after-school programs. So if we need to be in that, whatever way we can, we've been in the schools for 20 years. We want to continue. It's completely voluntary. And you've heard all the really good things, including from your sister. So thank you very much.
My sister?
Well, you know, your sister.
No, I don't.
Okay.
No,
whatever.
no,
Jesus Christ.
Not
Not
at
at all.
not at all. Yeah.
Call the next speaker, please.
Brett Schellberger, followed by Gian Jagotka, followed by Rod Walters.
Hey,
Okay, if I said something to offend you,
It was offensive, but thank you. We got a speaker right here. Next.
Brett Schellebarger. I was born and raised in this community, and I, 50 years ago, was taught by the Santa Barbara School District. This is my home. This is where I live. And I'm speaking about the Good News Club. There was a lot of confusion on it, and thank you for making it clear that you're not getting rid of the Good News Club. I heard tonight a lot of anxiety about racism and all the angst in Santa Barbara City College. Back when I was going to school, we didn't have that. I agree with my sister who spoke earlier. It just wasn't there. And the Good News Club is here to build character. It's here to build that inner peace that kids need. And I'm a local pastor here, a local faith leader. And we really want to come in and teach the kids just good moral ethics. And we want to root out racism. We want to root out cancel culture, all this stuff that's happening in Santa Barbara County. So that is what we're here for. And please hear us. And we want to get on the agenda for the next meeting so that we can really clarify what's happening in our community. And I want to thank you guys again for all your hard work, your dedication. You're committed to rooting out issues of the heart. And that's what God does. God roots out issues of the heart.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we got Gian Jagotka, followed by Rod Walters, followed by Sharon Jagotka. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Gian. I attended the Good News Club when I was a student at Roosevelt School. Every Wednesday, I would look forward to going to the Good News Club. I was able to see my friends play, socialize, and learn about God. They helped me grow in God and taught us how to be respectful. I learned how to treat others as you want to be treated. Now every Wednesday I ask my mom how the Good News Club went. She shares her day at Good News Club with me and it makes me happy. Will you please allow the Good News Club to continue in Santa Barbara? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rod Walters, followed by Sharon Jagotka, followed by Chris Haslow. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, school board. My name is Rod Walters, and I'm here today to discuss the importance of ensuring equal access for Good News Clubs in our elementary schools. As members of this community, we share the common goal to provide the best possible education and support for our children. By allowing Good News Clubs to have equal access to after-school facilities as other outside groups, we can create a more inclusive and harmonious environment where everyone feels valued and accepted. The legal principle of equal access is based on the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which protects the free speech, the free exercise of religion, and prohibits the establishment of religion. In 2001, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Good News Clubs versus Milford Central Union School that public schools must allow Good News Clubs to meet on the same terms as other community groups. This means that schools cannot arbitrarily deny access to Good News Clubs or other religious groups, as this would be a violation of the First Amendment's guarantee of religious liberty. Allowing Good News Clubs to have equal access to after-school facilities as other outside groups has several benefits. First, it ensures that all viewpoints are welcome and respected in our schools, fostering an environment of tolerance and diversity. Second, it provides a valuable after-school activity for children and parents, particularly those with limited resources or busy schedules. Finally, it allows.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Sharon J. Gotka, followed by Chris Hasel, followed by Alden Fairbanks. Welcome.
Okay, dear superintendent and board members, over the last several years, I have experienced many roadblocks when applying for the Good News Club. I have emailed you, Ms. Maldonado, and I have emailed the board for 3 years since 2022. Not one reply, not one response. You have ignored all my emails, my meetings. We have been denied in 8 schools within Santa Barbara Unified District. This is the truth. Roosevelt and Washington school principals have pulled the civic permit use. We were denied access to the school facilities, only allowed after school at 6 p.m. and only on the weekends. That's not fair. We want equal treatment. We want to be treated equally like everyone else. The environment towards the Good News Club is hostile. Administration and parents have expressed their hate and intolerance towards myself and the GNC teachers through their speech and behavior. Diversity, equity, inclusivity are preached regularly from you, from the schools, the teachers. Why are we excluded? I am concerned this hate and intolerance will be rained upon the children and families of the Good News Club. So I just want you to listen. I do not want anyone to be canceled. I want to be heard. I want all children to be safe. I want all children of faith to be valued. I'm asking you to find the value the Good News Club provides to the children and community of Santa Barbara. I ask you to provide equal treatment and access for the children and families of the Good News Club. Thank you.
Next we have Chris Hasel, followed by Alden Fairbanks, followed by Maria Rocha.
Hi, is the mic on?
Yes.
Thank you. It's Haskell, by the way, but that's okay. I'm a bit of a hassle sometimes too. I understand that. First of all, thank you so much for your public service. Thank you for all the work that you do for our elementary schools. My name is Christopher Haskell. I've been living in Santa Barbara since 1987. Almost makes me a local, I guess. My wife and I have 5 children, all of whom attended Santa Barbara Public Schools at some point during their student careers. My eldest is going to Berkeley right now and getting a great education for a great price. I'll just say that. I'm also on the board of CEF and have been on the board for the last several years. As you've heard from a number of speakers, CEF sponsors our Good News Clubs. They've been around for 20 years. They do promote good citizenship, development of moral character, and a fun-filled environment. Free of any charge to the school district and to parents. And as you probably also know, all of our volunteers go through rigorous training, background check, they're fingerprinted, and we are fully insured. Unfortunately, during the post-COVID years, the last couple of years, our Good News Clubs have faced increasing number of obstacles in getting approved in Santa Barbara elementary schools. And Sharon just spoke to that, but I can tell you that as a board member, she's director of our ministry, it is absolutely true. These obstacles are varied and include being told repeatedly there is simply no room. We also are told that we're not an approved community organization. We've been told that just in our face.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Okay. Can I just say one more thing?
Just quickly.
Yeah, I just want to say that the Good News Clubs promote diversity and inclusiveness of the different viewpoints in the student body, which enriches the learning experience, promotes cultural awareness and acceptance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alden Fairbanks, followed by Maria Rocha, followed by Sylvia Loden. Adbekian Loden. Alden Fairbanks. Going once, twice. Maria Rocha.
Hello. Let me just
Welcome.
open my phone here. Put on my glasses. All right. My name is Maria Rocha. And I want CEF's Good News Club to be included in the after-school enrichment program list. It's a bundle that's being proposed by the school district. And okay, so back to my history of Good News Club. During my 18 years, I worked at Adams Elementary. I co-led a Good News Club at Adams for 15 years. Let me get some water. We were open to any student that wanted to join. Being inclusive brought us many students throughout the years. We had students from every walk of life, race, and socioeconomic background. Because Good News Club is free for schools and for our students, there weren't any financial roadblocks to overcome. The same still remains true. We are an equitable program that finds the diversity of our students to be a great access. We share the love of Jesus with all who attend, and they in turn share the love of Jesus with their families, friends, and classmates, bringing kindness to many on campus and in the community. Good News Club should be added to the after-school bundle that is under consideration because not only will it not cost the district nor the families a single cent, but it also provides a safe place for children to bond, grow through music, crafts, games, and lessons. This is why I want CEF's Good News Club to be included in the after-school program enrichment list. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Sylvia Agabekian Loden, followed by Alexia Kawiecki. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to speak against the California Teachers Collaborative for Holocaust and Genocide Education Teacher Training Program. My father was born and raised in the Armenian quarter of Jerusalem. He fled the Nakba and eventually made his way to the USA to create a better life. He loved this country with all his heart. And I still have relatives in the occupied West Bank. For this family, I ask you not to contract with the California Teachers Collaborative for Holocaust and Genocide Education. Its teacher program does not include scholars on Palestine. The Anti-Defamation League insists that anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism, which we know it doesn't. There is no transparent and accountable governance. The ADL is a biased and non-credible organization. They deny Israel's ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza and accuse anyone who says otherwise of siding with terrorists. They've been rejected as a credible source on Israel and Palestine and anti-Semitism by none other than Wikipedia's editors. They even have links directly to their website in the teaching program. And they also promote boycotts or promote student Senate resolutions against boycotts of Israel.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. Next, we have Alexia Kawiecki, followed by Lisa Petrie, followed by Genesis Sanchez. Alexia? Okay. Lisa Petrie. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, my name is Lisa and I'm a parent of a second grader at Washington. This week, we heard from our PTO president and principal about the approval of fifth grade overnights. I would just like to say thank you for hearing all of our comments from the students and parents over the last few months. We are very appreciative of your decision to continue these unforgettable overnight field trips for fifth graders. Thank you.
Thank you. Genesis Sanchez. Genesis Sanchez. Ben Gobin. Ben, okay. Next after this is Michelle Westlander Quaid. Welcome. Is your mic on? The mic? Should be at the base. There should be a button. Try it one more time. Press it again. There should be a green light now.
Test. Okay,
Perfect.
perfect. So what I have in my hands is 720 signatures that Sharon forgot to explain on when she was talking. If you guys would like this, I could bring it up. Perfect. I'll give that right after this. So there's good reason to believe that the school district is canceling Good News Club through proxy means. If this is true, then the same system that is posited to have inherent bias against minorities has a comparable religious bias and should be fought in equal order. So I've been through the Santa Barbara School District since first grade. I've been through Good News Club, and I could 100% say that there are good role models, it provides good community, and at the benefit of my character, it's made me a more well-rounded and a more open person. Bring our attention now to the future generation of kids. I truly believe that they should be given the same opportunity that I was given when I was in elementary school. And that should be taken very seriously. And there should be less bureaucracy involved when considering these kind of clubs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michelle Westlander Quaid, followed by Michael English, followed by Karen Janozik. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. I am familiar also with the CEF Good News Club, and I've had an opportunity to learn more about their programs, and it is very beneficial after school enrichment program. They provide a safe, welcoming environment for all students where they're taught good character and good citizenship. So CEF program has had a positive impact on student behavior and mental health and community building. And in light of the discussion that was happening at the beginning of this board meeting, the fact that they teach kids how to treat each other with kindness is something that was desperately needed in this school district. So I would think that we would want this program after school. So these kids are learning to treat each other kindly regardless of their backgrounds and if they look different from each other. So though it's said, and I'm glad to hear that you're saying you're supporting the Good News Clubs, I have met with the board and I do understand that some schools are resisting, as Sharon and others have articulated, allowing equal use of the school district rooms to host these clubs. So we want to make sure that they are treated equally, which is why I and so many other people are here. And the school district talks about, wanting to be open to diversity and treat people equitably and be inclusive. So I ask that you do the same with the Good News Club, which has provided such a great benefit to so many children over decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael English, followed by Karen Janozik. Welcome.
All right, thank you. I personally know many people whose lives have been greatly enriched by participation in after-school activities organized by Child Evangelism Fellowship, CEF, such as the Good News Clubs. CEF provides excellent children's after-school enrichment programs, which provide a welcoming and inclusive environment where diverse groups of children are taught good character and citizenship. Participation in CEF's program has proven to improve student behavior, mental health, and community building. It teaches children kindness through the example of their leaders. Our community needs this kind of positive input into our children's lives, especially given the public input given earlier tonight. CEF provides these valuable programs to enrich students' lives for free. It doesn't cost the school or parents anything. The Santa Barbara Unified School District should recognize the treasure that it has when CEF is participating in your after-school enrichment programs. As a 24-year resident of Santa Barbara, as a taxpayer, and as a parent, I want CEF to be included in the Santa Barbara Unified School District after-school enrichment program. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Janozik, followed by Maria Montero, followed by Devin Espejo. Welcome.
Karen Janozik. I'm a parent of two kiddos that went through Good News Club, and I was director of the Foothill Good News Club for 3 years, and I also have a multiple subject teaching credential. So I'm trying to get my code in so I can see my notes. Anyway, I think I heard one misconception about Good News Club from our superintendent. And I noticed that you said the schools, and I may have misunderstood, but it's you're equating Good News Club with churches who use the facilities. And they're really different. And I think this is part of the problem, that there's a misconception. And I just want to say it's an after school program, and it's an excellent after school program. And I value excellence in teaching. And when I taught it, we teach and we have learning lessons and snacks. And also my two children, one of them has ADHD and one has autism. And they were welcomed with these Good News Clubs. And behavior differences, learning differences, those were accommodated and included. And everyone, everyone's seen, heard, and valued. And it's really valuable. And I feel like social emotional learning is going on, academic learning. I think it's really valuable, and it has been resisted in the schools, I think, because they see it as a church thing. And so I just want to, and also they're free, which was amazing. My family couldn't afford any of the clubs after school. So this was something my kids could do. And thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Maria Montero, followed by Devin Espejo, followed by Ann Davis. Welcome.
Hello.
Mhm.
Hi, everybody. I'm Maria Montero, and I'm here to talk against SB 1277 and ask the board not to contract with a collaborative of teachers. And I feel like it's for sure important to teach about genocide and all the genocide that had happened in humanity, but also to talk about the one that is happening right now, the one that is taking lives right now. And I think it's also important to take out the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, because they have a history of attacking social justice movement led by minorities, Arabs, Muslims, people of colors, and queer people. So it's like, how can we be talking about contracting with these people if they blend anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism? It's just to stop the debate about the genocide in Gaza that the Israeli is committing. So I ask you not to contract with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Devin Espejo, followed by Ann Davis. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Devin Espejo, and I've been teaching art in this community for about 17 years. I'm also a parent of 2 SB Unified students. I came here tonight to talk about the arts and the equity and sustainability of our arts programs. But I'm going to stop here because I need to speak on something else that I heard tonight that is just something that I think is very important. One of the jobs of the ADL is to track the number of anti-Semitic incidents. And there have been 10,000 anti-Semitic incidents reported in the US since October 7th of last year. This is the highest number of incidents since they started counting and tracking this in 1979. Just this week, Jews were hunted down and beaten in the streets in Amsterdam, Belgium, Chicago, New York. Anti-Semitism is undoubtedly on the rise, and the ADL is the leading anti-hate organization in the world. I support 100% this organization and this approval of the California Teachers Collaborative for Holocaust and Genocide Education. I don't want to have to come back to this meeting and see that now we have a new committee with a new resolution that we have to approve to help fight anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Davis.
Good evening. I was going to say one thing and I wrote it all out, and then I changed my mind because I was really happy. I felt the love in the room and everyone seemed on board, including all of you with our Good News Clubs. I'm a former teacher of a Good News Club. I also attended Good News Club as a 5-year-old girl, and it was a great place. It was a haven for me. In that place, what I learned was what did it do for me? It gave me a place to belong. It taught me to become a better human being and care about my neighbors. It taught me forgiveness. And forgiveness seems to be the antidote of what we need today for all of these anti-Semitic and all these other things that preceded this part of teaching Good News Club. I'm very surprised and a little shocked of the intolerance, what I heard from Sharon Dakota when she talked about nobody answering her emails. Why is that? I think you have to answer to that. I think you have to answer to this community. Good News Club teaches love and tolerance and all the things that you guys stand for. So why is it that there is such a difficult time to get these into the schools? I want to say right now that suicide is on the rise. Children have been bombarded with so many elements of distress and fear. In the past 2 decades, youth suicide rates in the U.S. have nearly tripled, causing suicide to become the second leading cause of death among children from 10 to 14. We have to do something.
Thank
I
you.
implore you to allow this club to be on campus.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
That
Yeah.
that is the final public commenter for tonight.
Okay, yes. Thank you for Superintendent Gay. Make some clarification, please.
Again, I just want to clarify that there is a process. The after-school enrichment programs are something that we sought out that connects to our district goals and LCAP goals. If there is we have responded, we have written letters and explained the process for the Good News Club to be on campus. There is a process called the use of Facilitron, which we have in place, which all entities that use our school classrooms use to schedule time after school for the use of space. So I want to clarify that there isn't a misunderstanding. I think that I was making a parallel comparison. And I'm going to ask that you continue to use the Facilitron services to apply for the club to be approved at the school site. The school principals have the authority to decide, and they have the knowledge of the schedules of what is available and what is not. That is different from the after-school enrichment programs, which are tied to our LCAP goals and our district goals and are for academic purposes and for enrichment purposes. So we have given that information to the leaders of the program. And I want to thank you for being here. I understand what you're asking for, and I am explaining that to use our facilities, please follow the Facilitron services that we have in place. Thank you.
I have done that. I have applied.
Ms. Dakota, please. I'm just letting you know that we have a process in which you can speak and you do not have permission to speak. We have concluded this comment. We need to conclude your comment at this point. Ms. Dakota, please. We have done that. We can have this, there is a process of order in this room, and I am not going to go back and forth with you. There is a process in this room, and what I hear is that we want to be respectful, and respect starts first. It starts here. We can take this conversation offline if there's okay, we're going to take a break right here so that we can meet with you and go over this process. We're going to take a break right now and we can meet with you on this process to remind you. No, I want to meet with you because you're the one that has the issue. I want to meet. It's not for everybody else. It's for you. It's not to meet with your board. If it's going to meet with your board, it's going to have a separate meeting and we will meet outside. We will meet outside and we will meet with you. Let's go. I'm out of this.
Yeah. All right. Guys are ignoring her.
I want to take a break. We will meet you to clear this up. I'm not making a suggestion that we board. If you that is a separate time and space, we're going to do that. We will meet with you outside, the superintendent and I. Board, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
They don't want to be public. That's why. Right. You take charge of that point. That's why. It's not deception. It can only take so much.
Fine, and time, like, it's all.
You can lie to somebody
Oh, sorry. All right. All right, we concluded board comments. We had a discussion that we got some action steps going forward in agreement of how we're going to do it. So any board comments and correspondence? That's where we're moving next. And if you could close those doors, because I don't want the conversation interfering with what's going on here. Thank you. All right, board comments, questions? Mr. Banning.
I attended a few things that I wanted to share.
Please do.
I went to the open house for the healing spaces at UCSB and had a chance to meet several people in the Department of Education, the teaching program, and the managers, the co-managers of the healing spaces program. And I was impressed to be there and happy to see a couple of our cabinet members there as well. I also went on the November 3rd to the Library Plaza Palooza, which was the opening of the Library Plaza, and arrived just in time to hear the Santa Barbara High School Advanced Jazz Ensemble performing outside. And that was just kind of a strange coincidence. I was glad to hear that. It was fun to hear them. I also attended the showcase at the Earl Warren Showgrounds that Dr. Maldonado spoke about, and just having never seen that before, I want to say it's a great event for kids, for anybody that goes, that really showcases what we do and the programs that we have and the options for students. It was very positive. And just a kudos to the San Marcos kids that did the TEDx thing. That's a major undertaking, and I appreciated hearing about that today. That's what I wanted to say.
Ms. Munoz.
Yes, I would like to, first of all, congratulate my board colleagues on their recent election to the board. Dr. Beal and Mr. Banning, welcome. And I'm, appreciative of your offering your time and your interest in public service to our students and families. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Yes, I want to echo those comments. Welcome back. Welcome to the future. Tuesday Night Live at Santa Barbara Unified, but wouldn't be anywhere else. All right, so now we pulled item E earlier. Now we're moving to the consent agenda. Board members, any items you'd like to pull from the consent agenda?
I don't want to pull anything, but I did have a question on one of the items that I sent in.
And which one?
F12.
F12.
It's the, give me a second.
The mindset.
Yeah, it's approval of the MOU.
Good evening, board. Welcome back to the business portion of this meeting.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I'm just going to state it so that people at home know what the question was. So the memo states that BASE is a tier 1 intervention curriculum, but the attachment, when it outlines what we're purchasing, it mentions tier 2 and tier 3 as the product. And so if you could clear that up.
Yeah, absolutely. BASE is all three. We use it as a tier 1 for our junior high school students. It is what is implemented on minimum days. We also use it for tier 2 and 3 for targeted intervention, but we purchased it because of the tier 1 intervention. They can use it for all of them though.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Any additional questions on the consent agenda? May I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
For tonight's meeting.
Been moved in second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Thank you, Ms. Edison. Next, we will move to our action agenda. And we will be moving to H3, Board Action on Student Discipline. Mr. Escobedo.
I will move to approve Student Discipline Education Code 48918, case number 2022425-04.
Do I hear a second?
A second.
Yeah. Been moved in second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Thank you. We've already heard H4. We are now moving to the approval of firewall security upgrade by Digital Scepter. Mr. Vance.
Yes, thank you. Well, I can go ahead and just present this even without a slide deck. Last year, ETS put together a plan looking at building the infrastructure and strengthening our internet infrastructure. We just finished the first item, which was our wireless access points. As you see one right above your head there. We installed all of those, and now we're at the stage where we need to strengthen our firewall security. So we are talking about putting in two specific hardware as well as software, and that would be located at two hubs, which is the district office as well as DP. One thing to be aware of is when this hub goes down in terms of the power or whatever situation that we have, it's rerouted to DP, and that way we keep the internet going. And we know this works for a fact because 2 years ago, the power went down here and it still kept everything going throughout the district. So what that does is that'll make sure that we have it strengthened on both locations so we keep things vibrant. On top of it, the great news about this, it's not only being funded from bond funds, but it's also being funded by a federal grant called E-rate, which we apply for, and we receive the funding. And E-rate will be funding about a third of the project. So, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vance. Any requests to speak? Board members, any comments or questions? Mr. Escobedo?
So actually, this might be for the next item.
Okay.
Oh, why DP? Is it because of the location difference?
Yes, it's located within the city of Goleta, so it's also the furthest point. So if there's any power outages that have to do within the city of Santa Barbara, that way it was recommended as the best point for
Thank
that
you.
alternative.
That makes sense.
No additional questions? May I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the firewall security update by digital sector. Oh, am I on the right run? Yeah,
Yes.
that's it.
Mhm.
Yep.
I second.
Okay, been motion second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vance. Are you next too?
I'm
Okay.
next.
All right,
Yes.
so approval of increase of internet service from Cox.
Yes, so along with that, the Cox contract specifically is an upgrade to 10 gigabytes per second. And that's to be upgraded at DP. We have it here at the district office, but because DP is specifically our backup area, that's where we need to put it. Good news is that will be funded. Majority is, $100,000 out of E-rate. We have to fund it from now until the end of this year out of developer fees. So it's going to be 17,000. So, that's going to support, again, this process with the firewall, making sure that we have a vibrant system.
Questions? Mr. Escobedo?
So when we, Dr. Maldonado and I had toured campuses, and when we stopped by San Marcos High School, they spoke about the need for increased internet speeds. I'm guessing for this particular situation, it's such a large load if it's going to be the backup to the main site that we need increased capacity. But have we increased capacity to our other high schools to accommodate for things like really high load days, like testing days?
We do. We keep track of that to make sure that the students that during the testing days in particular, that we're making sure that the load is routed in a way so that everything can flow smoothly. So we have our tech team, which specifically is monitoring those specific sites regarding that.
So you feel confident that we have enough capacity for our high schools in particular.
I think in part, if you're taking a look at the plan, I think that, oh, Rob, come on up. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Cooper, Director of ETS.
Hi, all.
Welcome.
Thank you. I think the question was about increased network availability at the high schools. Recently, we did upgrade all of our high schools from a 1 gig connection to a 10 gig connection, and that was in concert with bulking up our district office hub to 40 gigs. This increase at DP, while it will provide that backup, when we don't need it as a backup, it is additional space. So we will be able to route traffic back and forth through those two systems. So yes, this will increase that internet activity.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, there were no requests to speak, right? I didn't hear it. Okay, just want to make sure I went back to that case. All right, hearing no additional comments or questions, may I have a motion for approval?
I will motion to approve the increase of internet service from Cox.
Do I hear a second?
I second the motion to approve the increase. in
In
internet
motion,
service.
in motion and second, all in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Thank you, Mr. Nance. All right, I think this is Dr. Becker, you up on H7, approval of human resources recommendations.
As Dr. Becchio makes his way up, board members, I do want to take a moment to recognize that in today's HR list, we have an item that acknowledges the passing of our teacher, Courtney Brewer, at Monroe Elementary School. She was a pillar of the Monroe School spirit and gave 110% to her students. We heard from Principal Naughton that she was a team leader, always willing to help new teachers. She exemplified kindness, compassion, and a love to every student and their family. I know that the Monroe staff was very saddened, and they held a recognition in her honor. I believe they planted a tree and have a bench to remember all the years of service she gave to Monroe Elementary. I'd like for us to take a moment of silence to recognize Courtney Brewer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Board President Sims Moten, board members, good evening. And just to spend a couple more minutes on the board recommendation list as well, I'd like to just point out congratulations to Rocio Reyes Mora, who's under promotions, promoting to senior office assistant, Santa Barbara High School. And then I would also like to turn your attention to with your approval tonight, the bachelor's degree premium pay for Victor Chavez Ruiz Esparza and Laura Soria. And then also we have a number of language premium, either additions to the language premium or increases. Patricia Coronado, Carlos Diostado, Alma Flores, Maritza Flores, Ariana Garcia Olivo, Blanca Hernandez, Caricia Hernandez, Rebecca Mendoza Rendon, Jocelyn Perez, and Arturo Rodriguez Martinez. So congratulations to them and we thank them for their service in that regard. With that, I'll turn it over to the board for your consideration.
Any requests to speak? Okay, board members, comments or questions? Here, no, and thank you for acknowledging our teacher from Monroe. Thank you for that. Hearing none, no additional questions or comments, may I have a motion for approval.
I move to approve the human resources recommendations.
Second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Thank you. Thank you. Next, we're moving to H8, approval of variable term. Ms. Peak is on her way. Okay.
Okay, let's see if I can do it this time. There we go. So good evening, Board President Sims Moten, board members, and Dr. Maldonado. There are a variety of credentials and permits which authorize a teacher to teach. Some of those options require board approval prior to sending the paperwork to Sacramento to the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. A variable term waiver is an option offered by the Commission on Teacher Credentialing to cover statewide shortage areas and requires board approval. The variable term waiver allows the employee to fill the assignment and is typically used when no other type of credential can be issued by the CTC. This evening, I'm coming before you in regard to a credential request for 2 variable term waivers. One is for adapted physical education and the other is for elementary art. We anticipate that both candidates will be completed with their credential programs no later than May of 2026. And we are recommending approval to submit these 2 waivers to the Commission on Teacher Credentialing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Peak. No request to speak, Mr. Escobedo. Comments or questions from the board? Thank you, Ms. Peak. Thank you for adding when they would be reaching their credential, because we usually haven't known what that was. So really thank you for adding that information so that we'll know what the expected date of completing that credential. All right, with that, here, no additional comments or questions. May I have a motion for approval?
I moved.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the variable term waiver request.
Second.
Been motion second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Peak. Now we'll move to H9, approval of the memorandum of understanding with Santa Barbara County Education Student and Family Services. Ms. Edison.
Yes, I bring to you the MOU with SBCO. This is a great opportunity. They actually applied on behalf of several districts in the county for the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative grant for capacity building, and we were awarded it as a county and as a district. Our portion is outlined in this MOU. We're excited to build capacity to be able to bill insurance and Medi-Cal for services we provide within our district. As you know, as a board, we have integrated mental health services within our school, and we partner with outside agencies to extend that beyond the school day. And we're excited to continue to build our capacity, including the wellness coach position that my colleague brought 2 board meetings ago, that we also can build back for the time for referrals for them. So we're building a sustainability plan for this work to live beyond all of us, and also create revenue streams for the district for all of our wellness efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Edison. Any requests to speak on this from the public? Board members, comments or questions? I just have a comment. It's so good to hear this with regards to that we have to really use effectively Medi-Cal to be able to build those services as a funding stream. We know they don't come. Oftentimes we have mandated or necessary services, but we don't have the revenue to sustain it. So I really appreciate this and want to appreciate the partnership between SBCO in the district as well, and looking forward to that. And again, as you said, sustain beyond this in terms of that, and really paying attention to the needs of our students and putting that money where it needs to go.
Absolutely.
So appreciate that. All right, with no additional comments or questions, may I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the MOU with Santa Barbara County Education Office for its wellness program.
A second.
Been motion second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Edison.
you.
Okay. All right, board members. Typically we take a break, but we already had one. Unless you need another one, do some self-care, you're good. So we're going to move to our STAR Student Outcomes Report. I know we've been anxious to hear about that. Dr. Sheffield.
Good evening again, Board President, board members, and Superintendent Maldonado. Myself, as well as my team, are here to share with you information in regards to STAR and IXL Student Outcomes Report. So as we begin our presentation, I would first like to take you on a journey of what we do in regards to providing assessments. And this is our diagnostic assessment cycle. And within our diagnostic assessment cycle, this is one of the very beginning tests. Keep in mind, our diagnostic assessments are not our summative assessments. We begin the school year off with assessing our students, and then on a few next slides will show you how we are assessing our students. But starting off with the teacher administering the STAR test or the IXL, and we're really looking at what can our students do. So starting off that school year, identifying what can a student do within this grade level. So it's looking at what they should be able to accomplish by the end of the grade level, but what can they do as we begin? We move on to analyzing, and the teachers really analyzing that assessment, looking at our students' individual needs, and based on the students' individual needs, they are going to identify how they can put the students into small groups by reviewing that data and having discussions and identifying small groups in which they could be placed. The next step is to teach. So they were tailored their instruction based on the diverse needs of our students. And we speak often now of our universal design for learning. So really identifying the different levels of the students within our classrooms and then addressing those student needs. And then the last part of this assessment cycle is to monitor. And so monitoring our students and their abilities should be a regular and ongoing process. They're looking at data regularly. Our students are also taking formative assessments within their classes, looking at that data regularly to identify whether they need to tailor their instruction differently for our different students in the classes. As we look at what is the STAR, so our STAR are assessments that are used to really screen our students in English language arts and or math. And we're looking at our students' achievement levels and looking to make sure we're progress monitoring. It looks at what our students should do by the end of the year. So when we look at that assessment, we look at the scores, we're identifying the number of students that have already met a certain level, or they're on their way to addressing a certain level, or they haven't met it as of yet. They're computer adaptive tests, which means that it will adjust to the child, meaning if a student is doing well, they will progress and proceed, and the level will increase. If a student is getting an answer incorrectly, then that test will adjust also, and the student level will decrease. On an average, we say these are approximate times. It may depend for our different students, but for our STAR assessments, we have STAR Math that could take approximately 20 minutes, give or take. Our STAR Reading could take approximately 15, and then our STAR Early Literacy for grades TK through 1 could take approximately 15 to 20. And again, I want to emphasize these are approximate times, and it may take longer for our students to get these completed. These are the different types of STAR assessments that we're providing for our students. So we start off with our STAR Early Literacy in our elementary TK through 1. We provide this opportunity for our students to be assessed at the beginning of trimester 1, beginning of trimester 2, and the beginning of trimester 3. And so we are monitoring how our students are doing, and that's our progress monitoring, and we are adjusting our instruction based on how our students are doing in this assessment. For our STAR Early Literacy, you'll find out that our students can meet that level, and then if we have a first grader that excels in STAR Literacy, they can then move into taking STAR Reading. STAR Reading is elementary grades 1 through 6. Again, looking at terms or trimesters 1, 2, and 3. And then we move into STAR Reading for grades 7, 8, and 9. For junior highs, they take it by quarters, 1, 3, and 4. And then for high school, we do by terms, terms 1 and 2, or terms 3 and 4. In our high school settings, our students are not taking English every single term, so it really depends on if they're taking it 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. STAR Math is offered for our elementary grades 1 through 6, again by trimesters. And then we move into IXL Math. That's happening in grades 7 and 8, Math 1, 2, 3, and then Math Modeling. Again, looking at quarters for junior high and high school, looking at terms 1 and 2 or terms 3 and 4. When you look at our numbers, you might see different numbers for our high schools because we are not testing all of them at the same time. And so as we look at the different types of assessments, this identifies what is happening and what are we measuring for within each test. As I mentioned earlier, first grade, if a student scores 852 or higher, on early literacy that will move that student into taking STAR reading. And so we do have numbers of our first graders that are excelling and moving on to STAR reading. Then we have an explanation of what skills and what are we measuring for and what domains we're measuring for STAR reading. And then I'm going to hand this over to my colleague, Denise Alvarado.
Thank you. Dr. Wilson and I will be presenting on the STAR results, student outcomes, and I just want to help us all get familiar with the graphs that we're going to show you. So I would like to highlight to the right, there is a box that has the standard not met in red, yellow standard nearly met, standard met, and then standard exceeded. The right side of that column has the percentage of students as well as the total number of students and the percentage of students who were in that outcome for the students. So I'm going to direct you now all to the middle of the slide that has the 42%. And this is the overall STAR reading for grades 1 through 6. And 42% of our students are meeting or exceeding standards, which is the green and the blue section that you will see. So that includes the 474, if you look at the table on the right, standards met, as well as 436 students, standards met or exceeded. Remember that this is, as Dr. Sheffield mentioned, this is end of grade level assessment. So where should our students be by the end of grade level standards? And 42% of our students are in the green and the blue for rating grades 1 through 6. Now we're going to move on to sharing with you by grade level, because it is important to look at the previous number was all first through sixth grade. This includes each grade level individually. This allows us to really look at where are the grade levels that are doing better than others and the ones that where we need to provide additional intervention. I'm going to start with the first, with grade 1. Notice that grade 1, if you look at the table below the graphs, it's only 30 students. So you see a significant number of students that are in the green because it looks very different than all the other ones. As a reminder, early literacy is where most of our students right now are testing for grade 1. So that's why you see only a small number of students, 30 of them, in that section. So that graph that is for first grade right now is only 30 students that we're talking about. Now, when we move over to grades 2 through 6, that is the total number of students in those grade levels. So you'll see 375 for second grade, 406 for third, and so on. So I just wanted us to kind of take a look at the table below that includes a total number of students. If we look at the graph, we see that grade 2 as well as grade 4 have 24% of our students in 26 who are exceeding those standards. The other area for us to focus on is a significant number of grade 5. That is an area that we all have recognized principals, coaches, MTSS TOSAs at the school sites, that district-wide, this is an area of need for us in reading. So at 5th grade, of course, all of them, but we see a significant difference in 2nd and 5th grade as you see the graph here. Now we're moving on to overall math reading grades 1 through 6. 35% of students are meeting and exceeding standards. That's a total of 439 and 425 students in there. So over 800 students, 850 students are that part of that 35%. We have a total of 3,500 students in elementary schools. Now I'm going to move on to the grade level as well, like we did before. Notice that this one doesn't have a box around it, and the total number tested in first grade is 312, not 60. That's because we don't have like an early literacy or a different type of test for math like we do for reading. And so when we look at these numbers, we also see some differences. Again, grade 5 is another area where we see that there is a significant difference. So as for us to keep in mind, and when we're working with all of our school sites, is that fifth grade across the district is an area of significant growth for us and an area of focus of what are we doing, and also learning from other areas in which we're excelling. When you look at fourth grade, 25% of our students are meeting or exceeding, are exceeding standard. That's a significant number of students. And now I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Wilson.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. So this slide shows our STAR reading assessment for grades 7 through 9. So this is our secondary administration, our first administration of this assessment. And so we see that 56% of our students are meeting or exceeding standards. So similar to elementary, we have the graph organized with the colors where standards exceeding in green, standards met in blue, nearly met in yellow, and standards not met in red. And you see the total number of students listed also to the right to show you the number of students that really make up that percentage. Similar to elementary, we also have the data disaggregated by grade span. And so we see 7th grade, 8th grade, and 9th grade on the graph. And you'll see that there is a change across the grade spans in terms of the number of students who are meeting or exceeding standard. So you see in 7th grade, it's 56%. It's 52% in 8th grade, and then 62%. So there is a difference across between specifically 7th grade and 9th grade as students are moving up through the grade spans. And down below again, you see the total number of students that this includes. On this slide, I'd like to draw your attention to the disaggregation of the data by our student groups. So you'll see in each color, one of our student groups, Hispanic Latino, socioeconomically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, and reclassified fluent English proficient students. See the number of those students groups in the chart below. And then in the graph, you see the performance of each student group by percentage of students who met or exceeded, as well as the significant difference in performance of our students with disabilities. This will be an area of focus in terms of identifying students who are in need of Tier 2 support, which I'll speak about later in the presentation. As Dr. Sheffield shared, it's important to consider the cycle of the administration of the diagnostic assessment. So once the assessment is administered, a critical piece of this is the analysis of the data. So here highlighted on this slide, we have 3 optional or reports that either administrators, teachers, families can use and see in order to understand the data of the students who have assessed in this administration. So the first report is on the left-hand side. This is the screener report for admin. You'll see the distribution of students by color and performance level. So administrators can see this. Their students, how they're performing both as a grade level, as a school site, and by classroom level as well. The teacher report in the middle is a diagnostic dashboard report that teachers can see the distribution of their students in terms of their overall performance, as well as how they're performing on specific skills within that administration. And then lastly, the family report that also has important information for our families. I now like to transition to the IXL diagnostic. This was our first administration of this assessment at the secondary level. We made this transition from a pilot last year to full implementation this year. And we did this based on teacher feedback and their comfort and experience with the platform. The diagnostic is helpful in helping teachers understand the performance level of their students and also the different varying levels that they have with specific skills. So you'll see the key strands that are listed there: numbers and operations, algebra and algebraic thinking, and so on. So the data is actually provided to teachers in each of these strands. And most important, after the diagnostic is administered, students actually get a personalized action plan. So there's a plan that shows teachers exactly how to meet the individual and diverse needs of their students. For our first administration of this diagnostic, we gave it to our 7th and 8th grade students as well as our high school students who are in Math 1, Math 2, Math 3, and Math Modeling. You'll see that for these students in those grade spans and courses, we have only right now 4.6% of students who are on or above grade level. Similar to the STAR reading assessment, this is based on grade level standards, right? So this is where we want them to show growth and improvement over time as we move through subsequent administrations of this. I also want to highlight that none of our advanced courses in math, including our compaction, pre-calculus, IB, AP, they are not reflected in these results. I would also note that it's difficult to make comparisons right now for us across the STAR math scores that we see in elementary or even that we saw last year and this new assessment. This is really our first time to really learn what this assessment looks like, what the data is telling us, and how can we respond to it. Similar to our STAR reading, we also have some important math reports that are provided to us through the IXL platform. To the left, we have our student report, which is the action plan that is individualized per student. This is available for students, for families, as well as teachers to be able to see, to know exactly how to pinpoint student needs. To the right, we have the administrator report, which can show over time in actual real time. So as students are working on the skills and practicing them through the platform, administrators can see the total number of skills disaggregated by grade level and which ones of those have been mastered by students. And lastly, here at the bottom, we show one of the teacher reports that's available. So this helps teachers in seeing how their students performed across both the whole assessment, but also within each of the strands. And you can see that each of those lines represents a group of students. Teachers can see this report by class or by all of their students. So this can help them make specific groupings in order to meet individual needs.
And we know that pictures speak for themselves when we're providing a little bit more information about what's happening. So these are some photos of the picture of the intervention, tier 2 intervention that happens in the classroom. And or sometimes, as you can see, outside of the classroom with a small group. And in elementary, the time during the school day is for ELA and math intervention block without impacting the core learning. And we call that power hour. So that's the intervention during the school day. It's done in small group instruction and also flexible grouping. And if you recall the graphs that we shared, previous graphs that have the red and the yellow. So that is how we select the students who need that intervention. Anybody who's in the red, anybody who's in the yellow. And then we have students who are meeting or exceeding standards. And for those students, we have extension and other activities that will still provide that support. So it's not just for students who are not meeting, it's also for the students who are also exceeding standards. For the after school, intervention for elementary, we have a 3-part rotation that is teacher-led instruction that addresses skill gaps utilizing Lexia assessments. Also independent practice in which students work independently on skill reinforcement based on the skills that are in the red that you saw the report for teachers. And then also platform-based learning in which students independently work on Lexia Core 5, which it covers the core knowledge of reading instruction, and then also Lexia English, which helps students develop the English language. This is an adaptive platform, and it's personalized based on the skills that the students need. For secondary, we have during the school day, and some sites offer after school intervention. For ELA and math, we have small group instruction. We also have rotations in small groups, as you can see here, and there are specific days that we use. Teachers are using Amplified Decimals in IXL or Lexia Power Up for intervention. Next steps, we want to continue to improve our practices. We want to make sure that the assessments are continuing to happen to ensure that we are monitor student progress and we know who are the students who need that additional support, who are in the red and who are in the yellow. We will continue to utilize data to guide our instruction. So as you saw the report right in the middle for teachers, teachers will have that report accessible to them to identify what skills are needed for those individual students or even a whole group of students that may need support in a specific skill or perhaps an entire class who didn't get it. So that allows the teacher to make those decisions. Monitor student progress absolutely is something that we need to continue to do to ensure that we have results and that it allows us to determine whether our current practices are making a difference and helping our students excel. And if it's not, making some changes to ensure that we are seeing some progress. We gotta keep in mind that we don't just utilize a system for a week or two and then throw it away because it didn't work. We usually use a term. So for example, in elementary, we use a trimester. At the end of the trimester is when we assess if the work that we intended to do is working, and then we monitor and we make changes. And so some students may come out of intervention because they've made a significant progress. They went maybe from the yellow to the next color, which is the blue, nearly meeting standards. We will continue to align and share instructional practices. I think that is an area we definitely need to continue to improve for ourselves in sharing best practices across school sites, because there's a lot of greatness happening in our school sites. Individual teachers, a small group of teachers or grade level teachers who are doing great things, but we need to find the time in order for them to share those best practices so that we learn from one another, including from secondary to elementary and elementary to junior high and so on. Also continue to provide targeted professional learning. The teachers are on their own are not going to be able to do this, right? We need to have, number one, which we've shared before, leaders that are, including ourselves, Dr. Sheffield, Dr. Wilson, and myself, as well as all the principals, APs, deans, making sure that they have the professional learning to provide that support that is needed at the school site, as well as the teachers, making sure that they know that they're utilizing the reports, that they know how to use those reports, and that strategies are being provided. And we also do that through professional learning as well. And continue to build connections with core curriculum and PLC implementation. We want to make sure that the curriculum that we are using, that's another area for us to grow in, the curriculum that we're using for interventions are directly connected to our core curriculum. We do know that we are currently using some practices at the school sites that are not always directly connected to the core curriculum that we have adopted. And so that's an area of growth for us and for principals to monitor that what is being used during power hour, what is being used for after school intervention is directly connected and supporting the core curriculum, because we must focus on tier 1, but we do also know that there is a significant need right now in tier 2 intervention. And that concludes our report.
Thank you. Dr. Sheffield, Ms. Wilson, and Ms. Alvarado, to get the name in there. Any questions to speak? Okay, you have a request to speak on this presentation.
We have one public commenter, Brianna Serrato, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hello again. So my apologies. I was trying to do some research behind the scenes, so my comments are not all put together. My name is Brianna Serrato, and I'm a parent of a 3rd grader and a 6th grader at SBUSD. I reviewed both documents attached to the agenda and found it intriguing that the presentation left out critical information regarding subgroup performances that was included in the board letter. Also of note, the slides in the letter are duplicates of the math scores for 1 through 6 instead of reading and math. I know in the presentation it did have the subgroups for secondary, but of the elementary, it only had that on the attachment 1, not an attachment 2, or vice versa. Either way, the commentary for STAR reading stated, overall, students with disabilities tend to have the lowest scores across most grade levels with the exception of 2nd grade. With regards to STAR math, it stated, The chart on the left represents STAR math results for grades 1 through 6. In grades 1, 2, and 4, students with disabilities, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and Hispanic Latino show similar trends in performance. However, grades 3, 5, and 6 have notably fewer students with disabilities meeting or exceeding standards in math. I read through both of the documents and listened to the presentation right now, and I'm not hearing what the plan of action is for those students, especially for the students with disabilities. You've heard it from many advocates throughout the community. We bring it up at the SEEK meetings. Our students are struggling. And I've brought it up before with my own son of it's a snowball effect. He doesn't want to come to school because it's too hard, because he's in 3rd grade and he can't read. And over the summer, he was saying he didn't want to go to school because he's not smart, because he can't read. And this is a child that in kindergarten and 1st grade was initially looked at as being a pre-reader and being a rock star in math. And yet he's slipping farther and farther and farther behind. So I don't know if it was just with the IXL, if that gave it the nice things for how the teachers can actually reach the kids and help them with their learning, if that's possible to also bring for elementary school. I don't know if it's, again, if it's the IXL thing versus STAR, but there are so many kids that are struggling. I heard that they have tutoring now for after school, which is great. I asked at our PTO meeting of, oh, does that include kids with IEPs? And we're told, no, not yet, maybe coming up. So again, we have these kids, they're already getting the interventions because they have the IEP. So it's not as though they're tier 2 and they're just outliers. These are kids that are struggling and they're continuing to struggle. So what is the district going to do to reach those kids so that they can continue on and enjoy being at school? Because again, right now is the fundamentals. If they don't have the fundamentals, going on longer and longer is going to be even harder.
Thank you.
That concludes the speakers. Any board members, comments, any questions? Ms. Beal.
So I just want to ask a clarification and then make some comments. The clarification is if I understand correctly, when we're looking at our STAR scores, and these STAR scores are for this first trimester, right? The beginning of the school year. So they're all new students. And so I don't hear what our expectation is over the year. We see that some students already at the beginning of the year are meeting or exceeding standards. So maybe they're going to go to the next level by the end of the year because they're already starting out high. But what are we expecting to see? Like what I'm saying is I kind of know what we expect. We all want them to be in the green and blue. But as a district, I want to hear what our goals are. So that's, I think, needs to be part of the conversation as we look at these numbers and we say, okay, we've got a lot in the red and yellow. We're going to do interventions. We also have to recognize what is our goal with all of the students? What is our percentage? And really kind of keep addressing that with every report. You may be aware as a board, we're asking that we have more of these conversations about literacy. So that's kind of my clarification, that is our goal to get the green and blue to what, 80%, 70%? What is our goal by the end of the year, close to CAS time?
As a district, we want to make sure that all of our students make progress, right? And so a student who's in the red may not, our goal is not to get them to the blue by the end of next trimester, right? Because that would not be a goal that would be appropriate for that individual student. But what we do have is we have the single plan for student achievement. And so every single school develops a plan of action, and in which is a report that is given to our board that is also made public every year. And so each of the schools develops a plan of, for example, Goal 1 addresses ELA and math outcomes. And so we don't, as a district, say this is what we want. It's individual schools because we're all at different places. So each individual school has an outcome is we're currently here and this is where we want to go. So we can definitely share more information regarding each individual school and what their goals have been, because each of them are in different spaces.
Okay, so that helps. I mean, as we are trying to have similar or the same curriculum across all schools, really in the end, there shouldn't be these differences, I would say, right? So my comment, so we talk about data a lot, and there's questions like, what data do we want to see? What data is meaningful to us? And when I asked for STAR scores, and I asked it at the October 8th meeting when we were looking at the CASP scores, I was actually interested in all of last year's STAR scores leading up to our final results that were presented in October. Did we see that increase? That was our first year of implementation. Are the things that we started last year with the curriculum, with interventions, are they moving the students forward? Whether it's a little bit or a lot, is it happening? So to have that type of data analysis and to be doing it already this year. So we're starting with the STAR scores, and then eventually they're going to take the CASP test. That's what gets reported everywhere. It's a standard by which we're judged. But going up to that test, I'd rather not look in the rear view mirror and say, oh, we didn't do that well. But as we're going along, we're saying, okay, we're having an issue in this area. And just to speak to the comments, I do think that the data that's there, so the way I look at it is this, is if you have a system of learning something, you can have the teacher, you can have the curriculum, and you can have the person who's learning. And in a lot of situations, that's already in place. The teacher is very experienced, the curriculum is vetted, the student learns, and the student just has to go through the steps. We're in a system where we have a new curriculum, we have teachers and support staff who are learning also, and we have students that are learning. So we talk about the students all the time, and we do talk about the professional learning, and we talk about the curriculum, but it feels almost like an afterthought. We should be looking at all of it all the time. And so the way I would want to look at this data is not just as the grades as a whole, but individual schools, individual classrooms. And if we see that most of the third grade classrooms are getting, they're doing better, but there's one third grade classroom, that we're going to analyze that a little bit. And it's not a system of, oh, you're not doing well enough. It's what can we do to support that classroom? Do those teachers or that system, do they need to meet with another group and spend a little more time and learn their processes? So looking at everything, because we're doing all these comparisons, because this is our cohort. During this year, that's our cohort. So the data isn't messy. It's the students from the beginning to the end. And so I'm not looking for a super complex report where we're looking at tons of numbers. I want to hear the story that we looked at all these different data points and we're seeing this is where things are happening. This is where things are not happening. We're thinking about it and we're saying, oh, is there an issue with the curriculum? Is there an issue with a particular, new teacher or a teacher that maybe is not sure about their skills? And once again, not a targeted, this person is not doing well, but what can we do to move that up? And I think that speaks to one of our comments. If we do that drilling down and we see where the places where improvement can happen, we can just sort of focus on that, because as a board, we want to make literacy and gains in literacy to be the focal point. Along with other things. And so that's kind of how I want to hear the data. Like, of course I like percentages and all that, but I want to hear, when you decentralize it and you look at individual groups, are we identifying the issue, right? The issue that may be affecting the students. So that's what I'm actually asking for. So I'm thinking we're going to do a second trimester STAR, and I'd like to see more information about what, are things going really well? Is everybody doing better? Or are there some areas even between schools? Because I think we have to have honest conversations that if there are some schools that are not doing as well as other schools, whether it be a grade or the whole school, we say, why is that happening? Do we need to send more support there? So very, very targeted type of interventions, not just for the students, but for the professional learning and the curriculum if needed. So, yeah.
On the report we did provide on page number 4 of the report, just focusing on elementary, we did provide of the fall of 22, 23, and 24, just to give a snapshot of how our students were performing each year at that period of time. But we can definitely bring back more of last year's of where we were in all the different assessment periods. So that's something that we can definitely bring back to the board in public.
Well, can I just step in? I just want to make sure that I'm going to try to summarize what I think you're asking, and I want to make sure that I get direction from the whole board on this request. The student outcomes report, as we defined it in the past with the previous board members, you wanted to know how students were doing. That's the direction that was given to us. That's what tonight is about, which includes information as to, and so what are we doing about that? What I heard you speak to was that you want a next level analysis that includes root factor analysis of what is causing these results. Is it the teaching? Is it the curriculum? Is it something else? When you compare from one year to another, so you're looking for many factors that go into creating these results, more than what we have been guided to from the previous board as to what we're bringing to you as to answer the question, how are the students doing? How do we know how they're doing and what are we doing about it when they're not doing well? So I just want to see if I understood, and I tried to simply summarize what I heard you ask. And I'd like to get guidance from the board if we're going to shift, including and up to what you mentioned, which is setting metrics and goals for each school principal to let them know we want 80% of students by the end of third grade to be in the blue, or whatever that looks like. I think I heard you say as well. So did I capture what your statements were so,
You
so
did
that I
it,
can
you
give
did and you
direction
didn't.
to the staff?
I think for the metrics thing, I'm not trying to set impossible goals. What I'm trying to do is to say we have goals. And what are those? And it should be based upon how we have been able to perform. And as we do this better, as the curriculum becomes more entrenched and we have the supports in place, we should be able to make probably better gains or more reliable gains. So I'm not looking for percentage. I want to see that we have goals, that we're saying we want whatever that we set at the site plans. They might say we want to see 16% improvement. Everybody gets to set theirs, but we are actually trying to have uniform curriculum, uniform professional learning. I don't really think there should, in the end, be differences between the schools if we're doing that correctly, right? I mean, you will have some population issues, but I think in general, you know, we're not a super widespread community, that it won't be that way. But what I'm wanting is for us to do the type of analysis that will help us move forward, to put the interventions where they need to be, to spend the money. Because as a board, we are spending money. And so if we say we need to spend more money on having more intervention, then we'll say yes, because we want our students to move forward. So it's really analyzing the data, not just asking, are the students doing well and can they do better? It's like, where can we really make change that has meaning and move forward? And doing that level of data analysis, I think, will give us the ability to look at that critically.
I do want to keep in mind that we do have some schools who are meeting or exceeding standards, only 24% of students. And there's some schools that have 50+% of students meeting or exceeding standards. So we are at very different levels. So requiring us to be at 80% or whatever percentage we decide, right? Some schools are here and some schools are here.
But wouldn't you ask yourself why that's happening at one school versus another? And we might have an interesting answer. For me, it's that we're asking the questions and we're trying to answer them, because that's what I would think we do. We ask why something is happening or not happening. And the goal isn't at the end of this year in May, I'm expecting everybody to be in the 80% range. What I'm expecting to hear is that, well, we ran into this and, oh, we've realized this, and this is how we're working towards it. And I think the process just gets better and better, but we do need to do that kind of in-depth looking analysis to understand what we need. We really just need to understand what our students need and what we need for professional
and
development.
I think we're getting there, because if we think about where we were 2 years ago, we didn't even have a coherent curriculum. So I would argue that we're making gains in our steps towards getting to your desired outcome. We started with the theory, you could say, that, well, how can we all be in the same place when we don't even have the same curriculum? So we've been doing that for the last 2 years. This is the second year of the adoption of elementary reading, for example. What the team is doing is learning walks. They're making sure they're understanding what the essential standards are. They're looking at teacher practices. If I teach a lesson and I use a particular teaching strategy, my colleague teacher should be using the same strategy and getting the same results. Because we have to also factor in the human factor of the teacher and their level of implementation. So going back to, we have a coherent curriculum. We now have a pacing guide that also tells teachers where they need to be in terms of delivery of instructional standards and curriculum with the curriculum. And then now we also have a common set of assessments. So those are 3 changes we have made that we are currently like in the middle of figuring out. If all those 3 things go as we have stated this year, then we should see gains at different levels because everybody's starting in different spaces, right? Some are starting the race with a lot more kids to lift up and some are already halfway there. So I just want to clarify that for the board because the coherence making that we've been working on for the last 3 or 4 years is starting to now be there and take off. I would need to work with principals to conduct what you're asking for in terms of the root factor analysis for I would go to the principals and say, why is your school getting these results and this school is getting different results? Because what I hear in your question, and I think this is what and please say if I'm not getting it, because you're trying to understand what's leading to those results, right? We're here in the district office, we're saying curriculum, assessments, pacing guides, we're organizing the work of the school leaders, but really our school leaders will need to now work with us to give us a root cause factor analysis to tell us this is why we think we're getting these results, and then have teams of people go in and figure out what that looks like. So it's a different kind of work. And if the board agrees, and this is what the board's direction is as a whole, we're happy to shift, but I just want to be clear on what we're being asked so that I can then direct staff in a different direction.
I think what I'm saying and what you're saying are similar, but not the same. We do have to do that work of the coherence and the professional learning, but I do actually think it is the job of the principals and the district admin to be overseeing this and say, looking at this data that's given to them and saying, do we have an issue? Do we need more interventions? Is there a school that is having more trouble than the rest of the schools? Is it a population thing? If we aren't overseeing our education and individualizing our district for what it needs, then we're not doing, I would say, what we need to do to get the students where they need to be literate, to have basic math skills. I'm not asking that we produce superstars, that's great, that happens, but just to get our kids up to a level where they have skills and they are meeting, standards, right? And so I do think that has to be happening. How can we develop a program that ensures literacy if we're not looking at problems we're running into, inequalities, whatever you want to call it. But that's the type of data analysis I think we have to be doing at the same time. It'll be rocky because we're trying to do so many things. I just want to see the processes in place and we're starting to move in that direction.
So the process,
If I may.
yes, please. Yes.
So I would like to highlight some ongoing work that we're engaged in right now with results-based leadership. Our leaders are actually going through the very thing that you're identifying a need for. And so we are doing this work by grade span. So our elementary principals, our junior high principals, and our high school principals are doing what Dr. Maldonado described. They're reviewing the results of the STAR assessment of the IXL diagnostic, and they're engaging in a root cause analysis related to it. And they're determining an entry point for one factor that they want to work on in order to they've created a goal. So in order to improve the results moving forward to achieve that goal, whether it's an IXL for secondary, it's IXL math. And then for elementary, it's the STAR reading it. No, it's math as well. So all three. Yeah. So all 3 are focused on those results, and they have a goal related to it and a plan of action that we call a small test of change. So we are right at the exact same point that you're describing a need for.
And so maybe this is a conversation I'm not hearing, right? And that's my interest as a board member, is what is happening? And is that happening at the end of the year? Is that happening right after we complete the first batch of STAR assessments? Are there, is everybody looking at the data and saying, okay, what can I do for my school? What can I do for this classroom? And I think that's really what I'm speaking to. If that analysis is happening, I would like to hear the conversation, because this is my interest as a board member. How do we get literacy? And like I said, I don't need to see a big bank of numbers. I just need to hear about the work and what we've identified. And as a board member, to hear, well, do we have something that's really difficult to solve? What is that? How do we do that? Do we bring in a community partner? Do we need more money? So these are the conversations that I'm trying to have or trying to hear about. When I hear about, special education students being left behind, how big a problem is that? Is it a staffing problem? Is it a money problem? Is it a curriculum problem? What do we need to do? And we're not going to solve everything in a year, but that we're always moving. We're always trying to solve the problem. We're always moving forward.
So I did write to the board about the small test of change. I have informed the board in the board note of the leadership work that we're doing to create these systems. So there's MTSS, which we've done. Board, we've been reporting to you on that. We've been putting in place curriculum. We've been putting in place assessment. We've been putting in place pacing guides. We're doing a data analysis. We're creating tier 2 interventions. I think everything that you're asking for, I think we are doing. And if there's a different way to put it together, maybe we can just sit with you and kind of go over it separately. But I want to make sure that I'm hearing from the whole board on what the board report should look like, because as we're reporting to you today, this is sort of what we've agreed on, what a student outcomes report looks like. If we're going to shift, then of course we're happy to, but I'd like to really get guidance and understanding. I do think that there's leadership work we're doing, which I've reported to this board on results-based leadership, that is completely a work around not just implementing a new curriculum, giving the tests and putting in intervention, but rather, how are you leading people in the work that we're asking to do? So that is something that I have done in a board note, and that I can bring to another meeting if we want to report on that. But I do want to make sure that I honor the team's work and hear your shift. So I'd like to hear from the rest of the board on where it is that we want to shift and so on.
Ms. Munoz.
Yes, I'm seeing where the team is really looking at all the angles in terms of where the students are at, how they're testing, how, where the need is in terms of the interventions, the power hour and such. And also looking at the social economic factors, the groups that are not doing well, and the students with disabilities. So I know as a board, I'm seeing the effort that you're putting into this and the collaboration with the principals, with the teachers, looking at identifying the overall picture. And our population is very different at the school district. If you compare 2 different schools, it's very, very different. However, how do we bring these kids up to be at that level, and what's realistic? And how do we support the teachers so that they could do their work, and training and so on. So I know as a board member, I'm getting, this is superb information, great teamwork and collaboration. As far as I'm concerned, I would also be interested in, what my fellow colleagues feel or think.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz. Mr. Ban.
I think where we're heading and what we're seeing is an important starting place for us. Obviously what we're looking for is the best growth possible for each student from where they are to where they need to be going. We have some evidence, the number, I don't remember the specific slide or number, but 42% of X students that are at the very first implementation of something have already reached or exceeded standards. I'm presuming there are 3 tests for 3 STAR implementations. So If we saw exactly the same number the next time, that would mean nobody's learning anything, right? If it went down, it would be disastrous. It would mean we're going backwards while the teachers in the classroom are going forward. The curriculum is being developed and put in place on a time basis, on a pacing guide basis, where in an ideal world, every one of those kids that are red are going to move further up toward other colors. The most important thing for me to know is how are we moving the kids that are not there yet? Frankly, I'm surprised to see a number like 42. That means that 42% of the kids are ahead of their grade level when we do a test in August and September. That means we're doing, those guys are fine as long as they stay where they are or keep going. We've got to figure out who's moving. And the way we do that is with these kind of periodic assessments to see where the growth is. And to see it not by school. The schools are too different. You have a dual immersion English language class. You have a gate magnet school. You have open enrollment. So groups are there. The school demographics look very different from campus to campus. So you can't look at every school and go, what's happening there? But you can look at subgroups. You can look at subgroups by district as opposed to by school or by classroom. So my interest is not, the board is not, I don't think we're supposed to be a body of statisticians. I think we're supposed to be establishing policy and curriculum and saying, do this and show us how it's working and show us where we're getting. Show us where the highlights of the best growth of the kids moving from red into the next color is. And now start to look there. What's happening there? What is it that's causing the socioeconomically disadvantaged kids to do this well while the RFEP students are doing better? What are those things? And not because of what class, what school. Ultimately, we have to ask the question of how are teachers doing? What if the issue is not entirely based on various demographic status? If it's based on what's this outlying group? Everybody else in this group is doing well. We're going to see that kind of thing. Now, I have to say that I'm as fascinated by numbers as anyone, and we all look at them in a different way. So I'm not saying one way is right or not. But what I am saying is that we have a system that we're putting in place along with new curriculum, along with MTSS, along with professional learning. We should give it a chance to show us what it's doing. And I don't disagree with the idea of specific goals, that we should have that kind of thing, but I don't think they should be percentages. I think they should be growth. I think they should be growth from where kids are in there, so that X percentage of kids that are in the red are moving into green or blue. So I'm not about trying to shift what we're looking at in any dramatic way. I think you're providing good information. We heard from a parent who talked about in the report some lack of subgroup data. Those are all things that we have and can work on. So I'm content with what we're doing, and I want to give it a little bit of time to see where we see the pockets of success. The small, what do they call the small tests of change? And what are the subgroups looking at? Who's growing the most? Who's growing the least? Where is that coming from? Anyway, I don't know whether that's adding anything to the conversation, but this is complex stuff. It's not math. It's not adding this number to this number gets this number. I said this last meeting. There's humanity involved here. There's kids, there's teachers, there's attitudes, there's moods, there's all of this kind of stuff that come in. And it's complicated by demographic differences from school to school and wealth and this and that and all those kind of things. So yeah, we have to look at it, but I think it's got to be from a growth model rather than saying, here's the number, why didn't you get there?
I appreciate the thoughts from my colleagues. I think I may have interpreted Dr. Beal's comments slightly different, but correct me if I got it a little wrong. And from the responses from staff, what I understood is that these conversations, this analysis, these discussions are happening. That we are trying to look at why are our students not where they should be? What sort of supports do they need? Where are they? Is there growth? The issue I have with the report as it stands now is you didn't bring me along to that in that discussion, right? We don't have to see all the data points. We don't have to get you to provide some 200-page report with all of the testing scores and all of the discussion, but I do need you to bring me along and give me the highlighted version, the points, the bullet points of what sort of analysis, what sort of decision making went into why we're using the interventions that we're using. When we're assessing whether or not these are the right interventions, bring us along in that conversation and let us know what were the discussions, what were the things that you looked at. As it stands now, it feels like I kind of said this at the last meeting when we were looking at the CAS scores, but you look at this and I just look and it's 2 years now that I've been on the board and I just think like, is it working? And I think if you brought me along in that conversation a little bit more, and it's the reason why I think the idea of looking at last year's from the beginning to the end, all 3 scores will provide us some of that insight and provide the growth, because I think Mr. Banning's right we should, and Dr. Beal are right, we should have some goals. I think we need a North Star. What are we building towards? And it probably is the growth perspective, but it's also maybe when school sites are developing their plans, they're also saying, for my set of students here at my school site, here's what our goal is for this upcoming year. With these interventions, with this approach, I think we're on the front end of this. And so we've only been doing STAR testing for a couple of years, but I'm projecting out 10 years from now and being able to disaggregate the data by school site and saying, are the interventions at the school site over a long period of time, is it working? And the longer that we continue to test, the more longitudinal data that we're going to have to be able to make far more informed decisions. And I think that would be the change that I would want to see in these reports is what sort of discussions, what sort of analysis are you all doing? Because it's pretty clear to me that you are doing analysis and you are having these discussions. I think in some way that is not overbearing, that you have to do a huge report. Bring us along in how you got to where you landed at the end of the decision.
So I just want to remind the board that the single plan for student achievement is where that is happening. So at the end of every year, you guys received and we saw the single plans. That's where each school principal sets their growth goals. And those are typically connected to the LCAP growth goals. And so those are very high. And so I think the issue here is how high level and then how at the grade, reading comprehension level you want us to go. Because it's a big difference from what you're asking us to present on. So I hear the request of bringing you along as to all the things that we are doing. But I do want to just call out that there is growth goals written by every principal in their single plan. And then as these tests come along, what I'm hearing you is you want to know, how do we all come together to look at the analysis with the principals at the table to figure out the tier 2? Because remember, we're still trying to strengthen tier 1. Remember the MTSS triangle? Sorry. We're still trying to strengthen tier 1, because if we're becoming, and we've talked about this before, I think you pointed it out last time, the tier 2 can't be the fat middle, because then we're doing something really wrong, which is we're counting on the second or third instructional point to get to the kids instead of getting better at the first time we teach. That's the other part of the work that's being done with the group, is how do we do really good first instruction where kids get it the first time, using universal design for learning, which we've talked about here, using integrated English language development if they're English learners, looking at their IEP goals, making sure we're delivering on their special ed IEP goals. All those things have to happen. So I want to caution us to get too involved in the what's happening in tier 2 if we're not really strengthening tier 1. Because what I'm trying to do here is manage people, time, and resources and make sure that I'm providing the right direction to staff and not all of a sudden turn principals towards a different goal and a direction just to make sure you understand it. So I'm not trying, I'm trying to make sure that I'm understanding what we're going to be bringing back to the board. Does that make sense?
It does. I think what I'm trying to say is that not necessarily, I want to highlight, you all are already doing this work, is what it sounds like. What we're asking is that you bring us along in those conversations as you're having them. When you're talking about, okay, what are the issues right now with tier one, and here's what we're doing, and here's what we found out. This worked, this didn't work. Those sorts of things are helpful for us because we look at these scores and I'm approving curriculum and I'm approving the purchasing of different supports. And I'm only speaking for myself here, but that's me putting my name to these things. And I want to know that that our students are getting what they need. And that's what I'm asking for. I'm not necessarily asking us to just change directions, but it sounds like you're already doing the things that we're looking for.
So what I'm
So
hearing
please, and
is
I'll-
process, not, so less of student outcomes, more of process.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I wouldn't necessarily, let me just get your final, I hear what you're saying. What did you want to say, Dr. Pill?
That they're not disconnected, that the process is leading to student outcomes, and we can call it growth or we can call it a percentage. When we talk about tier 1, we're looking at a whole school or a whole group. So we are looking at individual groups. We're saying we have tier 1 here, they need more tier 1 in this school, less tier 1. And I would disagree a little bit about we don't care, we are not focusing on our kids who are meeting and exceeding standards. They should have growth too. All the students should have growth. And, there's a whole scale there. So they could just move more into the green or more into the blue. So we want to see growth everywhere. But just being able to understand what we need to do. So for example, I'll give an example, and I don't even know if this is correct. We know that a certain percentage of our teachers have done the letters. They've done the 2 years letters curriculum. I would like to look at those teachers in those classrooms. What sort of gains are they making in their classrooms? And does that mean that if they make really big gains, do we say maybe we should ask that a certain group of elementary teachers do letters, figure out how they can do it, make it more possible? That's just an example. I don't know if it's true or not. So and so in science, we call that multivariate analysis. You're not just looking at one variable, you're looking at different variables and you're looking at how they impact each other. So I want to hear the story of the multivariate analysis here, not just the forward percentage movement. I want to hear about, well, we have a tier 1 issue and we realize it's either a support issue or maybe we need more professional learning because we really drilled down. And when we do the single site plans, those are sort of interesting because we get different ones from different schools. And some of the schools are like, literacy is our issue, so we want to go up by 16%. And I was like, how did you get to the 16%? Like, how did this, and then how are you going to get there? Are you asking for more of this or asking for more of that? And sometimes, since I feel that we haven't gone into this multivariate analysis mode, they're just like, I know we want to do better, but I don't know how, but I want to do better. And that to me is a difficult conversation because as a board member, I'm like, how do I help you get there? What do I need to do to help you get there? So yeah, that's.
Mr. Banning, and then I'm going to wrap us up on this conversation.
Yeah, I think if I take what I'm hearing from Gabe, a way I might express it, first of all, you can get lost in graphs and numbers and charts and things like that and multivariate analysis that you could go down a rabbit hole. What I want to know is the story of what we're doing and what's working as a narrative. Basically, to be able to say, hey, what we're learning now after the second implementation of this is that this seems to be working. And at the board level, I think that's entirely appropriate. I don't know that we need to be looking at the specific numbers. You do. But you need to be looking at that and then telling us what that means. And we should be asking questions. And if somebody needs to say, I really want to understand that more. Maybe you and I could sit together and you can teach me how we're getting that story. A school board is citizen governance. And on this one, we have a lot of incredible minds on this board and unified in terms of philosophy and what we're wanting to do. We're very fortunate, very fortunate. But what I'd like to hear is a narrative and a story that we can tell the community and say, this is what we're doing and this is how it's helping. And stop the 16 for 14% or what the numbers are and just say, look at what's working. And then internally, you're asking those questions. Why is it working better here? Is this an issue of teacher training? Is it an issue of letters training? Is it something like that? And that could be part of the story. So really that's, I think what we're looking for is a narrative, a novel instead of an encyclopedia.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. Like, I just want to, yes. So, one of the things that I don't really want to have a big discussion about, I know we're all tired, is we see this IXL data. And when you look at the numbers, you're like, oh, my goodness. Here we have the CASP data from the fall, which shows that, we've got some lowish math numbers. We're working our way up. We've got new curriculum. And then here's this IXL data and it kind of slaps you in the face. You're like, how could those numbers be that low? And so I'm interested in that story. We may not have the answer because you're just starting to work with IXL. But as you're working with it over the year, you're like, well, maybe there's not a good correlation between CASP and IXL. Maybe there's students that came in from another district. What I do feel like when I look at it, but it's not been said to me, is we're looking at different groups of students. CASP has all the students. And then you're just looking at students that aren't in the advanced math classes, but maybe that is our Achilles heel, that our basic math, we have to start looking at our CASP data in the fall and saying, how are our basic math students doing? And what do we need to do so that when they go into secondary, when they transition, that they are ready for those secondary math classes. And that's a story I want to heal. The percentages, yeah, they're interesting. Numbers are great, but exactly like Bill is saying, I want sort of your thinking on this and because you are the experts and that's my expectation. I'm not expert in teaching, but I want to hear, what your thoughts are.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know at 10 o'clock when you said multivariate example. Girl, don't be bringing that up at 10 o'clock at night. They're not going to be, I know they understand it, but so appreciate this conversation and because this has changed over the years that I've been here, what boards have wanted and staff has tried to present to us and get that certain thing. And this has really been the most comprehensive. If I'm over my time and even really trying to articulate or even trying to think in our minds what we want as a board. So I really appreciate this conversation of really synthesizing it down. For me, it's like, we need a summary analysis to exactly what was said here. So we did an analysis on this and we saw this, but I would like to see, and I think Mr. Banning mentioned, what are we doing as a district, right? And here are the things, and you can point out those things, elevate those things that need to be elevated. So when we get a question or we get a comment, is that we can point to what we've done with that, or it gives us some more data to figure out how we're going to go forward with regards to that. So I think we need to just, you're doing the difficulty. How are we connecting what we're doing to what you're bringing to us now in terms of that, whether it's CASP, whether it's IFL, whatever it is, and we're going to try to get it before 10 o'clock at night so we really can synthesize, or we make a study session on it because it really can, and we really want to be mindful of what we're asking and to be able to respond to that. But I'd like to see it at that district level. Wow, Santa Barbara Unified is growing at this, and here's how it did it. Here's how we're doing, because everything I think we were asking or saying, you're doing already. I just don't know that it's always connected. So connecting, because I wrote down LCAP. We did this direction because of something we weren't doing before. So we said we need to put some efforts and resources through our LCAP. So it's already there. It's just connecting that. When you said 2 years ago, what we were doing is like, well, bring us up 2 years. What happened 2 years ago? We changed this. And I think where it is now, I think Dr. Wilson said, we're in these in our small groups, right? And we're looking at this small test of change. What does that mean, right? Really expanding on what that means to what we need to hear and see at the board level. I want to see there's growth. We've said that growth. And then, wow, then you have the individual more detailed level of what schools have grown. And so now we're going to be directing this. So where does it come, where the interventions, where does it come in already existing process? But we really need to have a summary analysis of what we're doing and connecting it. And so that we're not giving you 11 different things at 10 o'clock. which our brains are not accepting. So I just want to appreciate the report, and I appreciate you really trying to respond to what we're asking when we may be asking it in 5, 6 different ways. In terms of that, how do we do that? And I do think it may take, as we're going forward, to make sure that we're improving this process. How do we really synthesize it down? This is a board want to look for this at district level, and we at some point want to know what the detail level. When we get a public comment, where in the detail have we addressed that, or it's not addressed, so we're going to go do this. So I think those simple steps that we need to just start to look at, and I want to acknowledge and appreciate what we asked you to do, and we twirl you around from time to time. Because I know, Dr. Bill, I told you this multivariate stuff, girl, at 10 o'clock at night is like, what she talking about, right? And I'm sure she knows that I get it. But I'm just saying that just appreciating what the board, the efforts to make sure that we're seeing and understanding the growth. And if we need to change something in terms of, resources, that we're clear on that, on the data. So with that, I'm not going to even ask any additional comments. So thank you for that. You've kind of got some direction here. And if we feel, that we need a longer study session, we can determine that later. But again, thank you for your presentation and the work.
Absolutely. Thank you. And we'll work on that feedback. We'll listen to it and we'll make sure we follow through on the next report.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. We got a couple more. And yeah. Okay. Yes, you have. Okay, so our secondary math curriculum, we're ready? Okay, all right, board member.
Board member, here's an example. You're going to hear a math implementation update for the curriculum that was adopted. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, and because that's tying it to why we adopted that curriculum, why we did that way, making sure we're tying that and bringing us along as Mr. Escobedo. Oh, it's after 8 o'clock, Dr. Escobedo. So.
Yes. Good evening again, everyone, and continuing our conversation around high quality curriculum and instruction. I'm excited to be providing the board with an update on our secondary math adoption and implementation. I'm joined here this evening by Mrs. Janet Hollister. She's our secondary instructional support specialist in math, and she and I jointly together are leading these efforts. So I want to take us back to the spring of last year on May 28th, where the board approved the adoption of Amplify Desmos. And as an adoption committee, we recommended the purchase of Amplify Desmos for a variety of reasons. And 3 are highlighted here on this screen. One is the availability of resources to support diverse learners, as well as this foundation in structured problem-based approach to learning, and the focus on collaborative learning and ongoing discussion related to mathematics in the classroom. As our elementary team did for the ELA adoption, we are centering our implementation around these 6 tenets of the National Institute for Excellence in Teaching and their focus on high quality curriculum implementation. And you'll see the icons related to each of these 6 tenets highlighted and addressed on the forthcoming slides. To start with, I'd like to highlight the professional learning that has been provided to our teachers that began in June with a small group of teachers coming together to develop unit plans and moving through our August launch, which was that introduction to Amplify Desmos. And then here in this middle part of the year, we have a series of minimum days where we're providing professional learning to deepen instructional practice, to really understand the robustness of the tools that are there, and including the assessments and how to use them, and deepen practice for teachers. Including tomorrow, we have a scheduled demonstration lessons that all of our junior high teachers will be participating in, and they will get to see an Amplify Desmos coach demonstrating all of the tools together, and administrators will be there as well. And then we will round out the year in June with the committee coming back together to update the unit guides based on the learning of the year. And these unit guides are essential for our professional learning communities so that teachers really know what the pacing is and the delivery of the assessments should be. I'd like to highlight our August launch, which provided teachers with 2 different opportunities to engage in that introductory session. Between August 5th and 9th, teachers were able to attend a series of days where they were provided the training as well as time to plan. And then if they weren't able to attend during that week, they also were provided with a day on August 28th. And you can see the metrics of the number of teachers who attended. 100% of our teachers, including our general education, our special education co-teachers were there. And you can also see we had curriculum specialists. Our principals attended and our MTSS TOSAs were also there. To the right, I'd like to highlight professional learning that was provided not just to our junior high teachers, because remember this year is our first year of implementation at the 7th and 8th grade level. But our high school teachers are in the waiting, right? We're going to be implementing and moving that up into the high school space. But on August 14th, our all district professional learning day, we did provide some professional learning to all math teachers with an Amplify Desmos coach, kind of a famous coach. His name is Dan Myers, and he has a wealth of experience in problem-based learning. And he took all teachers through some activities that were in Amplify Desmos, but also really looked at how we engage students and their thinking in the lesson. How do we invite them into it? And how do we acknowledge and really highlight mistakes and create a culture in the classroom that normalizes student mistakes and looks at the thinking within those and uses those to leverage Tier 1 instruction. So he was great. Our feedback for professional learning on our August dates, you can see highlighted here in this graph. Majority of teachers rated it, the overall experience as being a level 4 or 5. We did have some who rated it 10, in particular at the level 3. And then I think about 2 who rated it at a level 2. And so we looked at the comments that were provided by teachers, and we are making adjustments ongoing to future professional learning opportunities. You can see some of those comments here on the screen for you to read through. I want to note the acknowledgement of the time that teachers appreciated to have with both their colleagues and with an expert consultant from Amplify Desmos who could walk them through the tools, and then just really time to actually think deeply about the curriculum and work on it. Equally important are professional learning for our leaders. We know that building their skill level in terms of what do they need to be looking for in the classroom to provide feedback to teachers so they can help continue their growth and implementation of the curriculum. So you'll see some professional learning that's provided by Amplify Desmos in the problem-based learning as well as all the supports. Principals will also be participating in the demo lessons throughout the year, as well as coached walkthroughs so that they'll be able to use the observation tool to provide that feedback. We will assess our progress ongoing. We have our local assessments, so our IXL diagnostic. So we'll monitor the next administration and see the growth that is occurring. We also have within the curriculum some embedded assessments, unit assessments, and also smaller assessments that teachers will use and are using to analyze how students are doing, how they're thinking, and how they can use the curriculum to help support student learning. We have, of course, at the end of the year, our CASP assessments. Our professional learning communities are pivotal, so the work they do with the data analysis and really sharing best practices to help more and more students achieve that higher levels. And lastly, we have implementation data. So we're conducting our learning walks at the secondary level, and we have informal walkthroughs that we're also engaging in both at the district level and our site administrators are engaging in. And today I actually heard a positive comment. We had a math leadership team meeting this afternoon, and the teacher was describing how powerful that is, the frequent visits that are happening to the classroom and just the trust that's built between the administrators and the teachers because of those visits. And then also we'll have teachers engage in a self-assessment so that they can really reflect on where they are in that implementation. So just as a reminder, this year was our focus on grades 7 and 8. We'll be moving up to the high school level in the Math 1 space, as well as in our compaction level, Math 8 and Math 1 compaction at the junior high. And then in the subsequent year, we'll move to the Math 2 and Math 3 space. Lastly, would like to highlight just some next steps. I know our discussion tonight has been around, or some of it has been around the high quality tier 1 instruction. Really, as teachers are learning to implement a new curriculum, they're learning all those pieces to help enhance their practice. We want to continue to gather feedback from teachers to make adjustments. We're going to use our math leadership team to help us look at all the feedback that we're going to have just within these next couple of weeks related to professional learning, and have them really help us analyze it and determine any adjustments we need to make. That teacher self-assessment that I shared. And then related to our other secondary curriculum adoptions, we have our ethnic studies and physics, and we'll be providing an update in January in the board report at that time. And that concludes my report.
So we no request to speak. Board members' comments and questions.
Could you go back to the second for the last slide, the implementation timeline?
Yes.
Right there. I can't tell you how happy I am to see an implementation timeline that actually starts at one grade level and then waits until those students move up to the next one before it's implemented. We do curriculum adoptions by dropping it on the entire system, and the kids that are in the upper grades have had something completely different. They haven't had the connection. So kudos on this. This is what I, in my fantasies, thought that the Common Core implementation should look like. Start it in kindergarten, move it to second grade the next year, move it to third grade. We'd be looking at very different results in the world if we would take this kind of approach. And so kudos for that. This is great stuff. Bravo.
Thank you. All right. I'd like to add, there's also a lot of learning that happens in this year that will really feed forward as we move up as well.
Additional comments, questions? Dr. Bill?
I just have a question about the IXL. So I know that when I started on the board, teachers were reaching out and they loved IXL. They're like, can we make this part of our assessments? And it's a little bit unique in that, from what I understand, it's not just an assessment tool, but it actually is an intervention tool, correct?
I don't know that I would call it an intervention tool as much as a learning platform. And so just like when we say that we want all students to grow, so any student, whether they're at grade level, below or above, is going to get an action plan. And so it is not specifically for kids that are below grade level, but based on your diagnostic results, you get an action plan that says the next steps for you are this and this. And I just, one of the questions you said was about the large amount of red. And in the assessment, kids are actually sometimes given a choice. Would you prefer to answer this question or this question? And so sometimes the computer adapts, but in IXL, sometimes kids are given a choice. And if they choose the easier question, they might be taking them down a path. And so it really is asking kids, it's allowing them to skip, it's saying, which one would you like? And we're really learning how to use it. And I think it's going to be quite interesting to see what, besides an assessment that we have snapshots 3 times a year in junior high, kids are still using it during the ensuing months. And so we're able to, you know, I'm actually looking and taking screenshots. I'm like, hey, look at school, look at you. I can already see in these 2 grade levels, look at the growth that you're getting. And so there's some motivation there by engaging in the platform.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Mr. Escobedo.
So it provides in between each testing period, stats on growth, or like information on growth. It's pretty fascinating. Thank you.
Additional questions, board members? Well, thank you. I'm not saying anything else. It all sounds good. I did have a question. I think it was, I got lost in that multivariate analysis. I just wanted to. No, that's all right. That's all right. It was, you know, the correlation of the time, and she brings that out, but okay. I do have a question with regards to, because as we're seeing much more comprehension and literacy in math, is there a correlation between our reading scores and our math score? Just trying to see where there is, and how does that fit in?
Yeah, so at this time, because we're at the beginning stages of implementation, we don't see that correlation as of yet. However, one of the cornerstones of the Amplify Desmos program is the engagement of students in actively reading, discussing, and really working through the problems and having opportunities to engage in literacy as they're problem solving. And so we would anticipate that that would come, but that will require, I think, multiple years of implementation to really see that effect.
I appreciate that because, I'm on that early literacy. So the earlier they're able to understand and read. So when they get to the math piece, it's just naturally part of what they do. So I appreciate that and perhaps as consideration, is it something that will be a part of your analysis at some point to see that those two correlating for strong readers or strong math folks, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can definitely do that.
Yep. No. See, I just want to keep it simple at 1020. Is there a correlation? But now I have something else to add to it. So okay, well, thank you for that presentation. And we're getting near the end here, and it's good to bring up laughter and joy with our last presentation about math. This is our budget report.
In case you were getting tired, we're now going to talk about the wonderful world of utility costs.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so exciting. All right, we are continuing on this path of doing the budget sustainability report, and we're down to kind of the end of the different things we were looking at. And so this one is about utilities and transportation. I did want to clarify something that I had said the last time. We were hoping that we could bring SELPA to come talk to us in December. They're not going to be able to make it in December, so that's going to have to be January. So we're going to have a skip there. Oops, sorry about that. Okay, so utilities and transportation is what we're looking at. I'm going to go as quickly as I can. So this is our statement that we've been saying all along of why we're doing this. And we're linking to our past presentations. And I would like you to see that we also have a QR code where you can go and click on that, and that'll take you to our website where all of these presentations are, and actually the YouTube that goes with it. So thank you so much to Ed Zucchelli. These are the objectives that we're looking at, and tonight it's going to be utilities and transportation and the best values that we can receive for our contracted services for a couple of them. This is nothing I have ever presented before to you all. It is our utility costs by school site. And we're going to just look at a couple of them that kind of sort of jumped out at me. One of the things is our total yearly cost for last year is $4.3 million for our utilities. And that's a good chunk of money. And so if we can look at ways to try to reduce those costs, that's what we want to be trying to do. So one of the things that jumped out at me was last year, Franklin had a leak. So you can see it for their water there. Their water was high. We're researching that to see if maybe we can get a waiver with the city. I'm going to talk to them about that and see if we can do that. You will see that if you look at trash, some of our Goleta schools have zero or very low amounts. That's because Marburg has donated the trash costs for those schools. So that's a pretty amazing thing. So it's not all of them, but it is some of our Goleta schools. San Marcos High School has a very large trash amount, and so we're going to be looking at that. I do know that they have a flea market every weekend, and I don't know if that is affecting our trash costs. Maybe we'll look at that. So let's see, our gas costs. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say sorry? It's late. I can't even hardly see anymore. Santa Barbara High. Thank you. So our gas costs are typically higher in the high schools. And if you wonder why that is, it's because we have pools. So that's where the costs are. But good news on that. We're going to have cost savings going forward because we have put in efficiency boilers and that have even gotten us below the threshold for the air pollution fees. And we just need to thank Mr. Desmond Ho. Clap, clap, clap. Also, we are insisting that pool covers be used.
to kind of keep those costs down. Yeah. So we are looking at the electricity costs at Franklin. For some reason, those are high, and we're trying to figure why that is happening. Some other ways that we are saving some money is we've installed door switches to turn off some of the air conditioning and heaters after 15 minutes. So for the heater, the vent will keep going, but it won't continue to heat. We've done this already at Roosevelt and Monroe. What that means is that it gives the teachers a little bit of control of the climate in their classrooms, and also helps us to save costs. So if they feel like they want to open their doors, great, but we don't also want the air conditioning running at the same time. As you can see, Dos Pueblos has has the largest costs for gas, and that is due to they have the largest pool. So those are just kind of some of the things to look at. Recycled water, I wondered about that, and where we have recycled water, which is savings to us, is places where the city already has pipelines near us or for, close, so that we were able to tap into that. It would be very expensive to do that at all of our schools. But for example, Adams, for example, they have recycled water, and they're right next to that golf course. So we have lines there that were able to allow us to tap into doing recycled. Okay, electricity costs and solar savings. I'm sure this is a question that a lot of people have. Electricity costs, just as a matter of point, have gone up a lot since COVID, 15 to 30%. But we have the solar panels that are coming online. Currently, we're projecting in our budget a savings of $186K from the prior year, if you just look at 1 year to the next, due to the solar panels reducing our electricity costs. The goal eventually is to have savings of $500K per year because of the solar. But part of the problem is we're not completely all online yet. Dos Pueblos and San Marcos are scheduled to go online in January. And of course, Southern California Edison is the lead in making that happen. We get it all ready, and then we wait for them to hook us up.
You sure that doesn't say is the lead in making it happen?
It could be. Cox Communication. So this is one of our contracts that February 28th, 2023, it was a board item that we brought to you. We did a 5-year contract with Cox Cable, Cox Communications, and because of the E-rate funding and the state teleconnect funds and the fact that we negotiated with them, we are seeing a savings every year for that as well. Transportation. So we have different kinds of transportation here at this district, but let's talk first about the busing. And as you know, we have a brand new contract with Zoom. Those are our yellow buses. And then we also provide bus passes, bus passes for the MTD City Bus. And we're going to look at our district vehicles fleet too. Zoom, so our yellow buses. I used the AI to do a graphic there. What do you think? So we provide home to school transportation for Adams, Monroe, Roosevelt, and Washington. We also provide transportation to students that live out at Dos Pueblos Ranch and get picked up at El Capitan. That's one bus for those students way out there. And we provide transportation to students who have the requirements on their IEPs to be transported. We also provide transportation to McKinney-Vento students. These are our students who are unhoused. Now, we did an RFP last year that you all approved for Zoom. And the RFP estimated that the cost would be about $5.2 million. But Zoom came in and they were saying they were going to try to do, some efficiencies and try to figure out some things to try to bring those costs down. Currently, they are running, I figured out the daily rate times 180 days for a school year, and it's about 4.1. So there is probably very comfortably going to be, close to $1 million savings around there. So that's an area that we're looking at that we're really, really happy to see. And Zoom has been extremely helpful in trying to figure out some of those efficiencies and route things. The DP Goleta Valley Dos Pueblos Ranch route, we're looking at whether or not we're going to continue that, because for about 2 weeks, no students showed up. We will continue to keep doing that for like 3 weeks to maybe 4 to see if any show up. And if that doesn't happen, I know I personally called all the families at that route when we started it. And I did speak to a couple parents that said, you know, my kids are starting to drive. We may not continue to do that. So if they don't need it, we will cancel it and that'll save us some money there. If they do need it, we will continue it. MTD, I also did an AI of MTD and I said in Santa Barbara. So what we're having here is we purchased bus passes for our secondary students. And the cost last year was $247,000 to purchase those passes. But we also give out free bus passes to the unduplicated students who qualify. That is an ed code requirement, and that's something that we do. So if the student is qualifies as either low income, again, the McKinney-Vento, foster youth, or English language learner, then we provide them free bus passes. If a student does not qualify for that, they can buy bus passes from us at our district rate. So we get a little bit of money back for that. It's about $48K, at least it was last year. So for the McKinney-Vento transportation, this last year, we purchased bus passes for 56 parents of elementary school students and 132 youth students to be able to get to school. And we also provided 30 gas cards. And so those are the costs there for that. We used ESSER funds for that. So that's going away, but we do still have funds in our budget to be able to cover that. The gas cards will probably be one that we may not be able to. Okay. Included in our transportation costs, I wanted to talk about athletics because athletics has a very large transportation cost. The ASB and donations pay for many of the athletic costs for equipment repairs, purchase of equipment, lacrosse, all the, refurbishment of the helmets and all the different things that need to happen in athletics. The district allocates a little over $80K to the 3 high schools every year to support them in athletics, and which is about $240K. Last year, the transportation costs and gasoline costs were $190,000 just in athletics. So that's a big portion of the amount of money that the district allocates for athletics. It's transportation. We also have enterprise leases. So some of you who are new to the board may not know that 5 years ago now, we're coming up on it. I think it's February 9th is when that contract expires. The board approved a 5-year vehicle lease with Enterprise. And part of the reason for that was we had so many vehicles that were old and, at any moment could need to be replaced, and that upfront replacement cost was so expensive that the former me came to you and said, we think it would be more efficient if we do leases. So currently we have 49 vehicles in our fleet that are leased, and the cost per annual cost is $462,000. We also have 76 additional vehicles that are on the list to be leased. But probably what happened that was so complicated in all of this is that COVID happened and you couldn't get cars. We got to a place where we were desperate for vehicles and we could not get them. And so kind of some of this backed up. That's why we have 76 that didn't get replaced. What happens is Enterprise then takes our old vehicles and they sell them for us. And then the amount that they have sold the vehicle for helps to reduce the lease cost of the replacement vehicle. So that's where we are currently. This is just little extra costs of repairs for our maintenance and operation vehicle expenses. It's about $38K. With the leased vehicles, part of the expenses go down because, for one, enterprise pays for the oil change and those kinds of things on the vehicle, plus they're brand new. So hopefully they don't have a lot of repairs. Now, so I'm going to just kind of summarize. I'm going to tell you the story. Electricity costs are going to go down by $500K. That's Desmond swears it, and I believe him. Installing the door switches to turn off the AC and the heat, I think that's really going to help. We are having gas savings because of the more efficient new boilers, and the staff will use the pool covers. Some of the suggestions that I'm looking at are the watering of our fields is hit or miss. It needs to happen in the early morning hours. What's happening is sometimes the custodians go out and turn them on during the day. That needs to happen in the early morning hours. And we may need to want to think about possibly reducing some of our field sizes if that's something we can look at in the future. I already mentioned the possible savings of $1 million on the Zoom contract. And as far as the vehicle leases, currently I have put a hold on them. And I would like to recommend continuing that for now, because what happens is the second that they go out and they start looking for vehicles for us, we're kind of already in that lease. So if anything happens and we don't want to do it, then there's a excessive cost to get out of the lease. So right now, those are the things that I'm recommending as potential savings. And we can all do better about turning our lights off, closing our doors, and not running air conditioning, and having everything open. But the more we use tools like switches on our doors and things like that, that will help us. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. No request to speak from board members' comments or questions. Ms. Beal.
As a new board member, question about the vehicles. So I know that we have athletics, and I know that we approved at the last meeting the purchase of a van for DP to use for athletics. So we have some vehicles we're purchasing. So, and then we're holding. So what are all these vehicles being used for? Especially the fact that we haven't needed to use them because we're holding on the leases.
Right.
Yeah.
So most of our fleet leases are for the maintenance and operations team. Trucks, vans. We use them for food delivery. We also have some cars and one van that is being used by ETS, to the staff that goes out to the school sites for technology ETS. And we have a couple cars that were being used for food service, just for the managers that kind of have to run in between the school sites and keep an eye on the kitchens. So and then we also do have the school sites themselves. Mostly the high schools have some of their own vans that they have purchased along the way. We have vans that are used for CTE vans and trucks for, I think it's mostly vans for the college and technology, those classes, and they're purchased specifically for those classes, so they can't be used for anything else. We have some vans that are used for special education. Am I forgetting anything, guys? I think that's kind of it. Oh, and Kitzel, yeah.
So our
And LaQuesta has one that they use to pick up students as well. I think 2 vans.
So if we had a shortage of vehicles we were leasing because we couldn't get them, are people now being reimbursed for their mileage costs? Obviously
No.
transportation has to happen for some.
They're still using the old cars.
Okay.
The old trucks. So
We're
we have
just
a
gonna
bunch of
keep-
old trucks that we're still using at this point.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you for the presentation, and for the QR code.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when I look at the potential savings and I'm looking at the transportation savings and then the electricity cost savings, where does that factor into that $10 million number that the county education office suggested? And we had obviously an update, a really positive update at the last meeting, but,
It should make that number go down.
and so those two costs or cost savings were not included in the calculation at the last meeting?
Right. So the solar panel one, the 180, whatever K, I think we built that into the budget, but I don't think we had 500K going forward. So it's probably, 180K. I'll have to look and see when we're doing our first interim, what we actually put in for the subsequent 2 years for that. But I think we've been pretty conservative on that because we haven't really seen those savings yet. So we probably kept those pretty conservative. But I will let you know when I bring the first interim.
Perfect. And then for Zoom, what's the feedback? Have you had any feedback from families about Zoom or even just your experience of working with Zoom?
Yes. So in the beginning, it was rocky. I'm not going to lie. But what I have heard from families and from staff is that they are very responsive. But in the beginning, we had a lot of, it was a brand new thing. But I have not heard any negative news lately. So I really feel like we're on the roll. They've been really helpful with fixing things as they come up, letting us know and reporting anything that they see also that has gone wrong on their own, and they've let me know. We've stayed in really good communication. And so for a while I was having meetings with them once a week just to make sure that everything was going okay. But we haven't had to have a meeting in a couple weeks because everything has been pretty quiet.
No
That's
news
good.
is good news.
No news is good news.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions, Ms. Munoz?
Yeah, I appreciate the report. Very, easy to understand, very straightforward. And then also the analysis of how can we save money in the future and such. So thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question. So we're continuing to use the older vehicles in terms of that, but is the cost of repairing those exceeding the fact that we might need to replace it at some point?
We'll have to look at that as we get closer. I think just a temporary pause probably, and we'll kind of assess where our vehicles are, and see, if there's some that are really getting pretty bad, we'll probably look at that.
Okay.
I just add to answer the question. I think there's also, to me, it's been interesting to have a fleet for ETS, and I think you do need one or two. But I think you asked a very good question with, I think it was you, with regards to mileage for employees, because we do pay mileage to itinerant staff and others. And I think that we do need to ask these hard questions around who really needs to have these vehicles. Do like the food service managers, are they carrying food, or is it just to go back and forth? Is mileage maybe less or more, right? Those kinds of analysis, I think we still need to do. But I think when there was a time that we were growing the one-to-one technology project 10 years ago, I want to say, when Superintendent Cash put that in place and we had a CTO, that was a project that started, and now we're not there anymore. So now we're in the 10 years later, we are a one-to-one district. We have systems in place to give and receive devices. And so we probably need to look at if that's still a need. And we will look at that and really ask ourselves and do some analysis and figure out if we should bring that back to lessen that fleet, for example.
And we'll need to decide if we want to continue the enterprise contract since it comes up in February. So that's another thing we'll need to look at.
Has it been 5 years?
Can you believe it?
Your slide said February 2026.
Oh, yeah, that could be. I'll have to verify.
So 21 to 26 would be the 5 years.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And just one more question, just to add on to Mr. Escobedo. You only get an hour for a doctor, so so again, as we're connecting you know, the savings. Can we add to your slide, or at least in your comments about, we got this much savings and it's reducing that $10 million piece, so that we keep connecting that piece so people know where that's going, as opposed to just, oh, you got $1 million, it should go here, but making how we can make those connections of savings. And Mr. Ho, I'm going to be checking. I hope he's here next time. I'm going to put him on the hot seat. So you said $500,000, because been challenging him with this, and he's been doing an absolutely great job with, you know, finding efficient and grants to make sure that we are there. So I do believe that we will reach that $500,000 savings. So just by what he's been doing, he's very efficient in that way.
Yes.
Just like to give him a hard time. So, all right. So I think this concludes our reports. Thank you for the report. Thank everyone for this report, and thanks those who stayed here. So yeah, there's a hand. We need to give them a hand. And so board members, I would look to on the coming event list, what's coming up for November. There's Peak, and then the parent teacher conferences for the elementary schools, Thanksgiving holiday, 28 and 29. And our next regularly scheduled board meeting is December 10th. And then you have your special board meeting for reorganizational meeting is late. So with that, unless we have comments or questions, we want to adjourn this meeting at 10:46. Who won? Nobody.